All right, good morning, everybody. We're going to be calling the Board of Supervisors meeting together. It is 9:04 a.m. and appreciate everybody like having a packed room. I see some holiday wear too, which is really nice. So Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays to everyone. And for the unfortunate provision of knowing the chair, I'm going to ask, Lori, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? I know. You're going to do great.
Agrees.
All right, everybody. So we have a lot on the agendas today, just looking over it before we go into oral communications. We have a number of items on consent. If anybody is curious, you don't have a copy, we do have these online on our website, so you can see the same documents we're seeing as well with the links. We have paper copies in the back of the agenda. A number of appointments and closed sessions as well today, so we'll be bouncing around a little bit because we have to hit the appointments on the time they're listed and the other ones kind of fill in. So just so you know, here for a specific item, unless it's an appointment, it might be a little bit around there. With that, we're going to open up oral communications. There has been a request by one of my colleagues on the board. Supervisor Griefer, will you take it away before we enter into oral communications?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as we all know that this is the holiday season, and unfortunately our communities throughout the world have been rocked with violence. So I would like everybody to take a moment of silence for the victims of the shooting in Stockton, the young children that were affected who won't be seeing a holiday season this year, as well as the shooting in Brown University back east, and the unfortunate killing of so many of the people that were taking part in the first day of Hanukkah in Australia, when they were attacked by fundamentalists. And so with that being said, I wish everyone to take a moment for a moment of silence, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor. All right, we will open up oral communications. This is, again, the time for anything that is not on the agenda to be able to provide comment to the board. This is your Board of Supervisors, your time to be able to let us know what you are seeing, any comments on how we're doing, what you would like to see done. So you'll have 3 minutes to be able to speak. There will be a beep at 1 minute that will let you know you have 1 minute remaining. And if you have any oral communications, please come forward. And no particular order, so. And as long as it's not anything on the agenda.
No, it's not on the agenda. I'm here. My name is Christine Halley, and I'm here to tell you about two exciting projects coming up in Tuolumne County. Crafts on Wheels is a collaborative project spearheaded by the Aronas Club and sponsored by the Chicken Ranch Rancheria. Our partners in this project are Tuolumne County Arts, the Senior Center, and the Adventist Health. This program will provide craft projects to Meals on Wheels recipients. We hope to provide these projects on a quarterly basis. That's that. The second project is Critters in Color. Miss Fitzwater, the K-5 teacher at Columbia Elementary School, has acquired photos of animals for adoption at the Sonora Cat Rescue, BOAC, Animal Control, and the Humane Society, and her students will create drawings for these adoptive pets, and they will be on display at the Sonora Chamber through the month of January. There will be an artist reception on January 10th from 5 to 8 at the Chamber, and we're hoping that you can all come. This also is being sponsored by Tuolumne County Arts, and the following the FOAC and all the animal agencies. So the representatives of the agencies will be there as well. All of the proceeds from the sale of these student art will go to these 4 animal agencies. The children have decided, instead of keeping the money themselves, they're going to give the money to the agency. So we hope that all of you will attend. You all have an invitation. I'm sorry I didn't put your names on it. You can write your own name on it. Thank you very much. Oh, here's the Crafts on Wheels. I'm going to give this to you. So you can
Perfect.
show people. It's completely self-contained.
Great. And not to be a stickler, if you wanted to repeat, you have a little bit of time into the microphone. We have some folks watching at home. If it's not in the microphone, they can't hear.
Oh.
They're like, what's everybody applauding for? Do you want to repeat about the craft package?
Oh, the craft package is all inclusive. It doesn't require any scissors, glue, or anything. We've gotten the donations of all the materials from Tuolumne County Arts from their scrap store, and all the people have to do. The first one is a Christmas tree. We're planning on doing another one in February, which will be on a Valentine's type thing. And there's the bezel.
Wonderful. Thank you.
That's your decision.
Thank you.
Wow.
Good morning.
Good morning. It's been a while. My name is Lori Livingston. I'm the Executive Director of Tuolumne County Arts, and I haven't been here for a while. And the reason I haven't been here for a while is we've been really busy. What has kept us busy are 2 large grants from Sierra Jobs First. I think we were one of the arts-based projects that was chosen, as well as another arts-based project out of Bishop. So we're involved in both of those. The first one is the Sierra Jobs First grant is Sierra 7 Alliance. There's 7 counties. You've all heard about Sierra Jobs First, yes? Okay, great. That's the first one. It's a traveling show that will go to all the counties involved. We are the last on the list, and that is July and August of 2026. It's going to be a very large show. It's a great opportunity to start the partnering with the eastern side of the Sierra, and them with us. So we're looking for 3 venues. I think we have one that's for certain, and that is at Chicachino in Jamestown. So there's at least 154 that I looked at. So I don't know how many. We finished judging, and now we're going to sort everything out and figure out where all of these are going to go and to which county they will go to first, second, third, fourth, and so on. So again, July and August. Again, we're looking for 3 venues. We think we also have one in Tuolumne City. So it's a great opportunity. The second one is the one that we received, that's Tuolumne County Arts, and that is the Creative Reuse Community Arts Center. Big mouthful, especially when you add on Tuolumne County. So we've been really busy structuring this business, and there's a few of you that are left on the board that were aware of what we were doing. And so we've been continuing to become more self-sufficient so that we don't have to struggle quite as much. It's all a struggle. It's very challenging, but we won't have to struggle as much when we have revenue. And these types of businesses are extremely lucrative. Now, of course, we're dealing in a rural environment, so we're not sure what will happen, but we're really hoping, in terms of what the Sierra Jobs First is recognizing as is necessary, is to spread out. So if we can be sort of the center of these same kinds of businesses in all of our counties that don't have a creative reuse store, and again, we don't have, thank you, and we don't have Joann's anymore. So that could position us to really serve our community in terms of what our community needs for arts and crafts.
Great.
So,
Thank you. And that's 3 minutes.
thank you so much.
Good morning.
Good morning. In January 2020, Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors approved the creation of a homeless advocate and outreach coordinator position as a direct result of an award granted to Tuolumne County Behavioral Health Department. Under open government requirements, the Brown Act requires county supervisors to approve a homeless services coordinator position and salary in a public meeting to ensure transparency and to allow for public deliberation and approval based on open meeting laws. Supervisors have stated their position multiple times to not use the county's general fund for homelessness issues. It was notably mentioned in June 2025 by confirming documents from December 2022 explaining this approach. This statement was reconfirmed in at least 4 more meetings in 2025. In March 2022, the Board of Supervisors appointed Michael Roberson to the position of Homeless Services Coordinator. 3 months after Roberson was hired in June, the recommended budget for fiscal year 2022-2023 was approved, including allocations of payments to Roberson through the general fund. In August 2022, Michael Roberson's position was transferred to General Services. However, it was not until September that the supervisors officially approved the final fiscal budget that included allocations for Roberson's salary. Why was this allocation not officially approved until 6 months after he was appointed? 3 months after this budget was approved in December, a key document was written stating that no county general fund will be used for the purchase and development of homeless housing programs. In August 2024, I did a Public Records Act request. I received a document detailing Mr. Roberson's employee history and check dates between May 1st, 2022 and June 30th, 2024. 2 amounts under earnings from the General Services Agency from the same account are $236,425.25 and $374,356.93. This totals $610,000, $832.08. According to Transparent California, Mr. Roberson was paid under $110,000 per year from the general fund in 2022 and 2023. In 2024, Mr. Roberson left his position to become the General Services Agency Assistant Director, where he received an additional $70,000 per year. When did the supervisor approve payments totaling $610,000 to be paid to Mr. Roberson as a General Service employee? Why were there less than $400,000 reported on Transparent California? A normal salary for a General Services employee in a Homeless Services Coordinator role in California typically ranges from $45,000 to $52,000 annually. Between the salary total reported on Transparent California, which is approved by the supervisors, and the earnings received in checks, there's a $213,437.77 discrepancy paid during this timeline. The board stated multiple times that no county general fund would be used for homeless issues, so I was one employee paid in excess of $600,000 as a general service employee to support some homeless issues, acquire property, oversee facilities projects for the in-house, while simultaneously telling the community their hard-earned tax dollars would not be used for homelessness issues and denying the use of these monies for the
Thank you.
underserved.
That's 3
Thank you.
minutes. Good morning.
Good morning, Board. I'm Janine Caldwell. I'm here to raise my concern that political campaign signs are being posted by a candidate before the allowed 90 days. Tuolumne County Ordinance Code Section 17.34.070A9 is clear about when political signs are permitted. The election is June 2nd, and signs should not be up before March 4th. I've seen several McCaffrey for Supervisor signs around town. We tolerate political signs during the appropriate season, but otherwise they're a public nuisance and impact our rural viewscape. What would the county look like for the next 3 months if every candidate for office did the same thing? I personally question whether a person who cannot understand and follow county ordinances has any business running for county supervisor. I wonder what other laws and codes he's willing to flagrantly violate to get elected. Can we enforce the prompt removal to uphold our standards? Have a Merry Christmas. Thank you for your time.
Merry Christmas. Thank you. Hi, good morning.
Good morning. My name is Emery Richards. I'm the Business Development Manager at Visit Tuolumne County, and I'm here to invite all members of the board, county staff, and community members to join us at 2 events this week. This evening from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m., Visit Tuolumne County and the Sonora Chamber of Commerce will be hosting our annual holiday community mixer at the Sonora Opera Hall, where you can enjoy light refreshments, no-host bar, and some networking opportunities. There will be a raffle and a silent auction to benefit Christmas Town, Sonora 2026. Tomorrow, Visit Tuolumne County will host our very first holiday open house. This event will be held from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. at the Visitor Center, and our address is 193 South Washington Street in Sonora. Hot cocoa, fresh baked cookies from Save Mart, and hot cider will be provided. And you can enjoy 15% off all merchandise and goods for this day only. We will also be doing a holiday giveaway drawing with one special grand prize to one lucky winner. And lastly, VTC wanted to share with the board and community that November was a big month for Visit Tuolumne County on social media. Holiday stories, including Christmastown Sonora and our Cut Your Own Christmas Tree Reel, helped us pass a total of 1.5 million views and a reach of over 500,000 travelers across Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and Pinterest. Facebook led the way with over 1.5 million views and over 27,000 clicks to our website, visittuolumnecounty.com. Visit Tuolumne.com. Real Estate Reels drove a strong engagement, adding over 300 new followers to our page. And TikTok was our breakout channel with 309% reach growth and 849% engagement growth month over month. Altogether, social media has sent over 28,000 clicks to our website, putting your businesses and events, from highly engaged winter trip planners. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you. Keep up the great work. Good morning.
Good morning, all. Thanks for this opportunity. Pat Ray. The dump's still there against my rugged trail road neighborhood with no buffer zone. Just intermittently active for now. We've got a lot of videos to back up what I keep talking about. It's beginning to look like the intent could be to get us to sell out cheap with our flatline property values, leaving our homes, trees, kids' play yards, gardens, home dog agility course to be bulldozed for dump expansion, since the present one is only 2.49 acres and about to fill up unless further used for semi-permanent stockpile mountains. That may sound impossible. My point is, I no longer know that it is totally impossible. With this dump full, the county could again be stuck with the demolition debris Cal Recycle doesn't want. Ordinance code about buffer zones, trees, health, rubbish, stockpiling, etc. already have been selectively ignored, contorted, or rewritten already for enabling this dump. So now is another lower income neighborhood vulnerable to one and then another and another. Videos, check them out. We've got one of the heavy industrial rock crushing of asphalt slabs with embedded asbestos containing serpentine rock 25 feet from one home and about 60 from another. This is called manufacturing, processing, and storage of materials allowed under business park zoning. So I'm in constant dread of their rock crushing starting up again. Thank you for your attention.
Great, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Carol Grace Berard. I'm glad to say I live at Camp Justice, and I just have a couple of things to say. I really haven't been up here before, but this time of the year is kind of hard on everybody, and sorry.
It's okay if you need to take a minute, and we can have you back up in a sec. That's okay too.
I just want to get over through this. And the trailers, I mean, to leave next month is very upsetting. They're all over, probably only one of them is over, 50 years old. And they wanted, they want to not be homeless, so they will put their steps into it. But to take it that away, it's kind of upsetting. And when they first started that place, me and my friend and my friend Jeremy, we cleaned up that whole place before the county even took it over. We did 32 camps, and I was really proud. And it's a good opportunity out there. And maybe if they, give them, show them out there, they need to do a little bit more for themselves, show them they don't want to be homeless. They have, do a little bit of community service or look like the trailers to stay, put the other side for them to pay, you know, $100 a month or for stimulation to, you know, I can't see all my family being put back in tents in the middle of winter. And it's just heartbreaking. And I can't just walk away from it. I really can't. And I don't know. There's a lot more to say, but we all do matter, and they matter out there. And thank you, everybody, for giving us the opportunity to be out there. And I'm actually kind of proud of. I really enjoyed being out there. So thank you.
Great, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Anna Britt Spears. I'm a resident at the Navigation Center in Soulsbyville, and I just wanted to say thank you if any of you guys worked on that. And I also have a thought in my head. If we could all understand that truth is important. Sometimes it's important to look at it. It's neither good nor bad, but simply as something that is. All we can do is control our reaction to it. Control might be the wrong word, but maybe be mindful of that. On a different note, thank you for that, what you did earlier, so I'd like to add to that. May the longtime sun shine upon you. May the all love surround you. May the divine light within you guide your way on. When I was younger, I lived in Mumbai, and I learned 2 words there. The first one is sat. Second one is nam. If you've ever been in yoga, you've heard the term namaste. It refers to the divine light within us all. Sat means truth. Sat nam. Sat nam. May it guide their way on.
Thank you. Sorry. Good morning.
Good morning. Merry Christmas. I'm here, of course, about the disposal facility in our neighborhood. And just a reminder, the ministerial permit is not something that can be overridden by definition of the word ministerial. It means it's something that is what it is. No thought is required or allowed in issuing a ministerial permit. But there's more. Grading under a building permit, which is like a ministerial permit, is a building permit in this particular instance. It's a ministerial building permit. It is under the jurisdiction of Community Development Department's building department because it's under 3 acres. So it's exempt grading or stockpiling under a building permit, sewage disposal permit, or well permit, limited to grading or stockpiling as shown on the plot plan for the structure or structures being constructed, installed, repaired, replaced, or otherwise modified as determined by the department. The department in this case is Public Works. Any grading or stockpiling that's determined by the department to exceed these limits, either at the time of the plot plan review or during the site inspections, shall require a grading permit or stockpiling permit as provided in this chapter. Well, this one exceeded the limits, obviously. He graded, excavated, developed a dump, essentially, on the entire parcel. So the violation that was incurred happened before the complete grading of the parcel happened. So he continued doing this after the revocation of the original grading permit happened. Recently, I received a message from our community health director that they were going to make the violation null and void because he had already graded the whole parcel. Well, that's actually an admission that they were aware that he was continuously grading the entire parcel in violation of the revocation violation, which was actually something that happened because he graded too much. It said you have to have a site development permit or a conditional use permit. So it's not a grading violation that has been just happened. It's the fact that he needs to have this site development permit or a conditional use permit. And to make that null and void is really a violation of our rights. We have the right to have a say in how our neighborhood is developed. And having a dump in your neighborhood is not pleasant, not safe. It's a violation of just about every health and safety law there is. And by the way, the health and safety law in Title 17 in the very beginning was left out when you did the update. And I'll send an email to Mr. Root about that. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Hopefully this gets done.
Good morning.
Good morning and happy holidays. As the new board president of Tuolumne County Arts, TCA, and an artist myself, it is apparent that the arts are an essential part of every aspect of life, especially in small rural communities like ours. Who here doesn't have a favorite song that's gotten you through some of the most difficult moments of your life, or a favorite film that touched you to the core? Who hasn't watched a sunrise or sunset and stood in awe of the beauty of it? The fact is, art is inseparable from life. The arts promote cultural enrichment, bring people together, and even strengthen economic revitalization. However, as we all know, the arts are often the first programs to be cut in rural schools and the last to be acknowledged for the power they have in fostering a sense of pride and enhancing the overall quality of life for students and citizens. And although TCA remains deeply grateful for the financial support given by this board through the American Recovery Act funds in 2022, which allowed us to stay solvent during a very difficult time, we also know that we cannot and must not depend on government funding to continue to stay afloat. We are very aware that the independent fiscal model has worked very well in many places, including right here in Tuolumne County, for organizations like the Senior Youth Partnership, by incorporating in-house businesses that bring in revenue to support their mission and vision. TCA is eager to adopt this model by expanding our focus to include things like community resiliency, creative placemaking, and culture building. And in conversations with a number of community members, we have been consistently hearing that these important issues resonate deeply with their needs and desires for the future. We are committed to fulfilling those needs and desires while generating consistent revenue, not only through expanding our very tiny creative reuse store, which, as you may know, is already doing well, but also with other new and continuing endeavors to support our community through the arts and culture with projects like maker spaces, traveling art shows, and repair cafes. The thing is, in order to better serve our community in all these ways, we need more space. And it would be incredibly helpful to do something like purchase a surplus building from the county for a nominal fee. That could help us immensely by expanding to at least one more location, and would go a long way in helping us to expand our services to our community by having a local presence in more than our current location right here in downtown Sonora. Thank you so much, all of you, for fostering creativity, connection, and sustainability here in Tuolumne County, and thank you for remembering that art is inseparable from life.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Chelsea Lewandowski, CSERC. There is a saying that the
Chelsea,
execution of the laws...
If you don't mind moving the mic. Thank you.
There's a saying that the execution of the laws is more important than the making of them. When it comes to our county's ordinances and zoning rules, your board is responsible for both the making and the execution. Nearly 2 years ago, the then Board of Supervisors very narrowly approved a zone change and issuance of a conditional use permit, grandfathering in the illegal industrial use on what had been residentially zoned property. I am referring to the Leslie property located at the prominent intersection of Tuolumne Road in Wards Ferry. Since so much time has gone by, and the 3 members who heard the matter may not remember, and Supervisors Holland and Griefer did not hear the matter, a little history may be helpful. The illegal industrial use of the residential property had been ongoing for years, despite numerous complaints from neighbors and empty ultimatums from the county to cease and desist the non-complying activities. During the board's vote on the discretionary zone change and conditional use permit request in February of 2024, to mitigate the negative effects of the industrial nature of the project, the board required specific and clear conditions to be included as part of the approval. The board, quote unquote, required the property owner to install landscaping along Wards Ferry Road and restore the fragile and degraded riparian area along Curtis Creek by June 26 of 2024. That was 540 days ago. Despite my repeated requests to the CDD to enforce these conditions, nothing has happened. The discretionary approval should have been revoked a long, long time ago. However, now to add insult to injury, heavy equipment is being stored in the area directly adjacent to Curtis Creek. Instead of the area being restored, it is being further degraded by the movement of heavy machinery and potential contamination from leaking equipment. I fully realize that the CDD is understaffed. However, you control the priority of the CDD's work. An unenforced rule is worse than no rule at all. It sends a clear message that your decisions can be disregarded without any consequence. The property owner has for years now openly ignored your rules, past deadlines and ultimatums, and now the conditional use permit requirements. Something needs to happen. Show the residents of Tuolumne County that your decisions matter and that you stand by the rules you set for the protection of our community. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Good morning.
Morning. I come bearing tidings of great joy. The 43rd annual Children's Holiday Party was held last Saturday. My name is Duke York, and I'm the chairman of that committee. And we were able to serve 590 needy children, 1,040 total people. And I'm going to kind of have you reimagine this space, Board of Supervisors chambers, as being the main building at the fairgrounds, tribal building. So the main entryway would be right there, and as the children come in, they get their main gifts.
And Duke, if you don't mind, into the mic, please.
They get their main gifts right over there, and then they walk around, and they get to enjoy a series of games, face painting, cookie decorating. There's Santa Claus. We do a bike giveaway where we gave away 110 new bikes, 31 gently used bikes, and 35 skateboards, and 190 safety helmets. Your library group, folks, they gave away 500 books. I'm sorry, 500. We serve in the very back where your staff is right now. We import a kitchen, and the ladies and men of the Moose run a full lunch back there for everyone. Let's see, about where Roger is over there. We have the Bikes for Tykes where they're giving away a raffle and they're giving away gifts and everything else. We're at the far end where the Christmas tree is. We have the Sonora Area Foundation giving out snow cones, sodas, and waters. And we also have the watch program giving out cotton candy. It's a great program. We bring in a lot of volunteers, both from both high schools, Somerville and Sonora High. And we also provide an outlet for many of the service clubs in Tuolumne County run games that they give away prizes for. Genealogical societies there. The victim witness program is there doing cookie decorating. And the funds for this party every year are raised by soliciting local businesses in this county. And it's a great program. And again, 43rd annual, started in 1983. And when you go to the party, you'll see a lot of folks you know. Have a good day.
Great, thank you. Hi, good morning.
Amber, thank you. And I'm from the homeless camp. As you can see, there's quite a few of us here. And we've shown up just to say thank you. We appreciate you, and we would like to extend an invitation for you to come out there and maybe stay a little while and maybe see that there's some things that we can come together with our minds and come up with ideas together so that we can move forward in a productive manner. And we even encourage you to stay the night if you'd like. And then you just get a different perspective on what we might need out there and what we experience. It's not that bad, but you know that it's cold. So we also would like to ask for an extension on the January 31st move with the trailers because it's the middle of winter and there's some disabled people, and so we'd like you to put that into consideration. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
So much.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks, Steve, for that moment. I appreciate that. And also thanks to Duke for his positive message of giving. It is that time of year again, so it's time for you to be shamed by your friends, family, and the media into spending all your hard-earned money on presents that nobody actually needs or wants. Just kidding, of course. Didn't that sound awful? That was me. That's how I used to think because I was just so tight-fisted. Even though I didn't have very much money, I just clung to it as if it was the most important thing on earth. And then God forced me just to let go. And I'm telling you, life is so much better since then. 2 Corinthians 9:7 says, "Each one must give as he has decided in his heart, not reluctantly or under compulsion, for God loves a cheerful giver." A gift cannot be earned. That would make it a wage. And a gift does not seek reciprocity, because that would make it a bribe. A gift should be free to the receiver and a joy to the giver. It can be money or stuff or time or talent. Gifts can be given anonymously, which is pretty cool, but they can also be given among family and friends or even in public. Nobody can truly understand how it makes somebody feel to give, because like the verse says, it's decided in their own heart. And some things can be very difficult to put to words. It's like trying to explain to somebody how your favorite song makes you feel. You can't do it. I think giving is actually a spiritual act with the potential to bring you closer to God. So this season I just ask that you would ask yourself, what would the world be like without giving, and what does giving mean to you? Unfortunately, I'm not very creative, so I got the same gift for everyone in this room that I have for the last few years, and that this bag is filled with a bunch of $10 gift cards for Deo, because I love Deo. It's a gift. You can take one. Just because, okay? If you don't like Deo, you can take one anyways and give it to somebody else and help spread the joy to them, because I can't reach everybody. But again, this is a gift. I hope you take one. You guys might need it because you're going to be here all day, I'm sure. So you might need the extra boost. And I just want to say Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. And again, thank you for what you guys do. I'm going to give this to Mike because he's got the hat.
I was worried for a second might be Cole, so that's a lot better. I said I was worried for a second might be Cole, but Deo's a much better gift. Thank you. All right, and do we have additional oral communications? You know, you got to share those.
All right. Good morning to the Tuolumne County Municipal County Corporation. My name is John Flynn. This is for folks who don't know who I am. I'm your political watchdog. Take a bite out of crime. Arf, arf, arf. Okay, enough of that. And I want to pick up where I talked last week. We already talked about classicallearner.com. Looked that up on Google. Then there's another website called statenationalrocks.com. It's free. Check it out. I'd like everybody to check it out. And it will also show you how to patent your land, your property, put it in a trust, put the trust in a trust, and also how to pull it out of California Department of Motor Vehicle and do it legally. And because if you're non-commercial, you don't need to spend all your money on that. And then the next one, Sarah Carella, former senior county counsel for Tuolumne County Municipal Corporation, is practicing law in Sacramento, California, if anybody wanted to know. The next one. Now, Nate Smith made some comments in late December against a local judge named Haley Gore Campbell, married to Ryan Campbell. And he was picked up on January 1st at Twin Har Market without incident. He was booked into the county jail. And then his court date was February 20th, 2025. And because she's a state judge, this had to go outside the county. And the a deputy attorney general from Rob Bonta's office should have tried that, not a local county counsel, Christopher Smith. He's not qualified. He's not a prosecutor. And let's see the next one. Oh, right. Anyway, and we go in here, state. So I got that in there. And then Nate Smith wanted to represent himself as pro se litigant, and the senior psychiatrist at the local hospital said he was insane. He's still being held against his will. It's kidnapping, the way I look at it. And there's Davis versus Welcher, 263 U.S., page 22, 20, and page 24. The assertion of federal rights, when plainly and reasonably made, are not to be defeated under the name of local practice. You guys are covering up everything. And let's see, 22. Now, last week, we found out 1846, 1848, there was the Mexican-American War. Mexico lost. They seceded California to President Polk and the U.S. Congress. And then they were admitted to the Union because there was gold found at.
That's your time. Thank you. All right. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Shirley Combs, and I know I was here last month at the meeting. But anyway, God gave us love, respect, and kindness, and help for one another. And I see so much now change up here. And up there at Justice Park, a lot of people really care about one another. And it's not about bragging about what you've done for someone. It's about loving what you do, and you do it from your heart. And every one of us has a heart. And I just would like to stay there for a while longer. But you're talking about getting rid of the travel trailers, the motor homes. You're talking about us getting rid of our homes. But I keep hearing every day about somebody stealing something from someone else out of a tent. And I just have a lot of love and respect for people. And a lot of people come out, and they've been giving us food. They gave us, a couple of groups come out and gave us a little gift, which was nice. And I respect them and thank them. But all I'm trying to say is that we need more time, because just like me, my income, I spent over $2,000 on my motor home, trying to get it so I could do something different. But I need a little more time, and I think some of the rest of us need to do the same thing. And I just keep praying that somehow something will change and be better for us. Whether it's living out there and the living circumstances gets better, I don't even mind paying $100 a month or something to help out the county for the garbage or whatever. But I just want to thank you guys for whatever you're doing and for the space. And I really enjoy my spot out there. I like to watch the turkeys and the birds and everything, and I don't know what else to say. I just pray for all of us and pray for you guys too. And I ask your blessings, and I pray for you guys too. So you guys take care.
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning. I'm Paul Cloninger. I'm living out at the Justice Camp. I'm physically injured. I've been seeing doctors and things, and I know that this county has done what it can, and it takes care of a lot of things. I believe that what would help is showers. Bathrooms with showers would give us the confidence that we would need to go out, apply for jobs, and get it taken care of and get right back into society. We don't seem to have that. So this is really all I need to say. I think the showers and the bathrooms can clean up people. They can go out, feel better about themselves, and they can get right back into society. I thank you, folks.
Thank you. All right. And do we have additional public comment? We will have legal counsel make sure that Supervisor Holland hands out the gift cards. Please come forward, sir.
Thank you. My name is Jacob Barnwright. I was here in 1976. I just returned home from school in France, and my mother rushed me to the courthouse. And we got up there, and we got there too late, but the people came out of the courthouse, and this lawsuit started in 1968, and it finished in 1979. And the people that started the lawsuit had passed away, the Sagerströms and the Simonses, and the lawsuit went to the appellate court, and we pulled out of it. We couldn't fight the appellate court, but what came out of the appellate court, the appellate court gave us our mineral rights back. In 1976, the appellate court said, "You Barnwrights, you can have your mineral rights. You can divide this golf course up, but the mineral rights still belong to us." So we got the mineral rights back in 1976, and the surface sold to the Harrises. They wanted to build a convalescent hospital, and so the Harrises put their application into the county, and the county rejected the application. They said, "You need the signature of the Barnwrights to put this application through." So they twiddled their thumb for 2 years and sat on their project. And then the county, from Big Hill, Bud Hattler came down and says, "I want to help the Harrises. We need a convalescent hospital in Tuolumne County, so let's get a hospital built." But Bud Hattler didn't tell him that he had property that he owned that didn't own the mineral rights. So Bud Hattler brought this ordinance to the county, and this was adopted in 1979. And the county, so that's why I'm here today. This ordinance was adopted here, and it allows it says the definition of owners established in Tuolumne County, they're going to change the definition of owners. The title holder of record of a particular piece of property, including the mineral rights holders, can now apply independently for uses of the property. So Mr. Hattler got this ordinance passed, and he went down into his ranch and he rezoned his property, and that was kind of a conflict of interest, and that's been happening a lot. So I'm here today to because of this ordinance, and it's affecting me, and we have a hearing at 10 o'clock, and I'll speak at that time. So I'm just getting, there's a lot of history that hasn't been brought to this, but I'll talk to you later. See you at 10 o'clock.
Thank you. All right, and not seeing additional oral communications. With that, we will close oral communications. And again, thank you everybody for being here, and feel free to either pass or leave it at the entrance too. That'd be fine. In the interest of time, and appreciate everybody sent to that. I know we have some 10 a.m. appointments. We have a consent calendar. I view this as one of the most important things we do. It's an opportunity for the 5 of us to be able to hear from you. So thank you for also sitting with that. I know it might delay some items, but I appreciate it. With that, I'd like us to, for a moment, table staff reports. And if there are any reports, please email them to the board, since it was a little longer than anticipated. I don't know if we have any board reports to speak of. Supervisor Campbell?
I do, but I can be brief. If you'd like me to wait until the next meeting, I can do that.
Yeah, let's do that if that's okay.
If I could actually speak to one thing, because it was
of course
by some of the, so I sit on the Tuolumne County Commission on Homelessness. The issue of the RVs is very well recognized, I think, by the county, that the encampment, Camp Justice, is now going to be restricted to just tent camping, car camping, that kind of thing, and the RVs will have to find some other solution. That's the number one thing that the Committee on Homelessness is looking at. So just for folks out there, that's a well understood and identified problem by the county, and we're working very diligently on it. There were at one point, I think, 22 RVs and motorhomes on the site. Now there's something like 8 or 9. So we're definitely moving in the right direction, but it's finding the solutions for the remaining people there in RVs and camps is something that the Homeless Committee is working on. I'll report on CSAC at the next meeting.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Jaron?
Yeah, Supervisor Griefer.
Thank you. My only, I don't know if it's report, what have you, but I'm having a town hall meeting on Thursday up in Groveland, and they'll have a town hall meeting on Friday in Tuolumne. So if you want to come out, especially the people that want to talk about the dump, I'll be available on Friday at the Tuolumne Resiliency Center, and then on Thursday at the Groveland Resiliency Center, I'll have a town hall meeting as well. So for those who may not have seen it on social media or heard it on the radio. Thank you.
Great.
Oh, details. It's going to be from 5:30 to 7:30, but I'll get there about 5 to start setting up chairs. So 5:30 to 7:30 on Thursday at the Groveland Resiliency Center, and 5:30 to 7:30 on Friday at the at the Tuolumne Resiliency Center. It's a big district, sorry. Thanks.
Okay. All right. With that, we will close board reports and move into the consent calendar. Open up first if any members of the board would like to pull items of the consent calendar.
Item number 10.
Okay.
3.
3. Okay.
Item 18, please. That's the last one.
I didn't hear what you said.
Okay.
3 and 10.
So we're pulling 3, 10, and 18. Do we have any additional ones to pull? Once going twice. Okay, well, just a short 15 items for Nicole to read out, if you don't mind reading the consent calendar as amended.
Mr. Chairman, at this point, I'm going to recuse myself from the consent portion, as number 9 involves the contract with our firm.
Great, Dan. Thank you. We'll give him a moment to head out for a sec.
3, 10, and 18.
Yes, 3, 10, and 18 are pulled.
Thank you.
All right. So with that, if you'll read the consent calendar as amended, minus 3, 10, and 18.
Item number 1, adopting Resolution 105-25, continuing the local health emergency in Tuolumne County due to the immediate public health threat caused by the hazardous waste and debris from the TCU September Lightning Complex fire as required by the California Health and Safety Code 101080. Item number 2, adopting Resolution 106-25, continuing the local state of emergency in Tuolumne County due to the TCU September Lightning Complex fire as required by the California Emergency Services Act, Article 148630C. Item number 4, waiving the second reading of and adopting an ordinance amending Title 15 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code regarding buildings and construction and finding the ordinance exempt from CEQA pursuant to the California Code of Regulations, Title 14, Division 6, Chapter 3, CEQA Guidelines, Section 15061B3. Item number 5, accepting the notice of completion for the Snell Street Transitional Housing Project, contract number IFB NPW-2025-0037, and authorizing the chair to sign the notice. Item number 6, approving the reappointment of Billy Ray Youngman and William Morales to the Fish and Game Preservation Fund Advisory Committee with terms to expire on September 05, 2029. Item number 7, approving modifications to the membership terms of the Natural Resources Committee and the reappointment of Dick Geiser for a term to expire December 31, 2029. Item number 8, accepting the notice of completion for the Italian Bar Storm Drainage Repair Project, contract number 1769C, and authorizing the chair to sign the notice. Item number 9, approving the First Amendment to the retainer agreement with Wren Public Law Group to extend temporary legal services during the recruitment for County Council. Item number 11, recognizing the 2026 local appointment list for all board-appointed committees and commissions. Item number 12, approving the out-of-state travel for the delegated supervisors to attend the National Association of Counties, NACO, Legislative, Western Interstate Region, and annual conferences for calendar year 2026 as detailed in the memo. Item number 13, approving a reclassification of one air pollution control specialist 1-2 to a senior air pollution control specialist in the air pollution control division. Item number 14, approving an agreement for professional county surveyor services with the Precision Civil Engineering, Inc., and delegating signature authority to the Director of Public Works for task orders issued under said agreement. Item number 15, accepting the annual report of accounting activities relative to the Traffic Impact Mitigation Fee Activity Report for the fiscal year 2024-2025. Item number 16, accepting the annual report of the accounting activities relative to the Tribal Road Mitigation Funds for fiscal year 2024-2025. Item number 17, accepting the annual report for accounting activities relative to the county's other traffic impact mitigation fee activity report for the fiscal year 2024-2025.
Okay. Wonderful. With that, is there any board comments, questions? Supervisor Griefer?
No, thank you. As you guys know, I'm a big believer in the more people that are involved in our government and involved in our communities is important. So I'd like to thank Billy Ray, Youngman, and William Morales, as well as Dick Geiser, to continue to volunteer and to work with our different committees and provide the guidance that is always helpful, as well as all of the hard work that has been put in on a number of these items from the staff. I know it's been a long year, and you guys are always also professionals, and so I appreciate everything that you have done on those items. So thank you.
Additional comments? All right, seeing none, we'll open it up for public comment. Again, this is on the consent calendar minus items 3, 10, and 18. Good morning.
Good morning, Board. Blossom Scottheim, your Public Works Director. Item number 15, Exhibit C, the last page in the report, was incorrectly published. I have a copy of the correct report here, and there are copies in the back.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. All right. Do we have additional public comment on these items? Welcome back.
I have questions about item number 4. I look at this and I see our parcel where there's a building permit that's in a disposal facility, which is exempted from CEQA because it's a building permit right now. So is this something the state is mandating, or is this something our CDD has made up that they thought it would make things easier? If so, I think it needs to be looked at a lot closer. You can't just say a building permit on a disposal site is exempt from CEQA, especially when it has a drainage running through it, especially when it has no tested, deposited disposal piles of demo and garbage and all kinds of stuff in it. And especially when it's, when it's on loose landfill that consists of large riprap and asphalt. Would you want that to be exempt from CEQA? I don't think so. I think that checklist is important. It is just a checklist. It is not enforced law. It's a checklist. It's for safety. It's for public health and safety. So please reconsider that one. That could be dangerous, and it could be very illegal too. So being our county's CDD's history with CEQA and ministerial permits, I do have the book on CEQA. I think it would be good to know if the state has mandated this first. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We have additional public comment?
Again,
welcome back.
on short notice, this item 4 would impact not just one parcel the previous speaker talked of, but it could have some pretty bad repercussions county-wide. So please consider that. I've got to say that as written on this sheet, I may not totally understand it, but it looks fishy. So please consider everyone when looking through this thoroughly. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional public comment? Going once, going twice. All right. Seeing none, we will close that on the consent calendar. I know there was a specific question, I think may be answerable in a short statement related to that one item, but my understanding is this is an annual update required from the state of a number of provisions.
Correct. This is Cody's item.
And
I'll defer to him.
Microphone, please, too. Thank you.
Board.
Good morning.
The question was regarding the building code updates and
Correct.
how it relates to the comment regarding CEQA compliance and building permits.
Yeah, just the one sentence of why are we doing it, why is it CEQA exempt? And I believe it's an annual update that we do frequently of a lot of state required codes.
Correct. Yeah, this is a local adoption of state construction codes. We are required to enforce the building codes. And when we adopt them locally, we can make local amendments. None of our local amendments have any changes to required CEQA compliance for building permits.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. So with that, I'll bring it back to the board. I'll be looking for, if there's no further discussion, a motion on the consent calendar minus items 3, 10, and 18.
I'll move.
All right. We have first by Supervisor Kirk. We have a second by Supervisor Campbell. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed?
Oppose.
Abstaining? All right. So we have 4 ayes, 1 no, 0 abstaining, and the consent calendar passes. I'm just going to double check with council. Is that fine as it goes with the consent calendar for Okay, great. All right, so with that, I know 3 and 10 that we have are, I think, going to delay a little bit. I believe since 18 is going to be a recognition, I'd like to get that done very quickly, and then we'll be able to move into our appointments. If there's no opposition to that, then Nicole, please read item 18.
Item number 18, acknowledging the passing and service of Tuolumne County Homelessness Committee member and District 1 Representative Colette Such, and directing the clerk of the board to post a notice of vacancy.
All right, and I'm going to pass this off to Supervisor Campbell.
Thank you, Chair. So this, On its face, this is an announcement that there is a vacancy on the Committee on Homelessness in Tuolumne County. But the reason for that vacancy is that our community lost one of our strongest advocates, one of our most faithfully dedicated citizens. Colette Such passed away last month, and she was somebody that was committed to the city. She was committed to efforts in the county and efforts for people less fortunate. And so, if it's okay, I'll just read the brief paragraph here that's on the board memo, and we can recognize her contributions and then ask that someone from the community step up to fill those very big shoes that she's leaving behind on the Homelessness Committee. Colette Such faithfully served as District 1 Public's representative on the Tuolumne County Homelessness Committee. A longtime Sonora resident of more than 50 years, Mrs. Such devoted her career to health care in Tuolumne County General Hospital, where she was known for her compassion and personal dedication to her patients. Later continued her service through significant leadership roles with Columbia College, with Resiliency Village, and as a former city council member from 2018 to 2022. She championed initiatives to address homelessness, strengthen social equity, and foster community connections. She was widely regarded as principled, thoughtful, hardworking, and deeply committed to the well-being of others. Her contributions to our community and to this committee have leave a lasting impact. With that, I would, when the time comes, I'd be happy to move that we post a notice of vacancy and recognize Colette Such for many contributions.
All right, thank you. We'll open it up if there's any more board comment. Otherwise, we can open up for public comment on this item. All right, we will open up public comment on this item. If any members of the public would like to speak, again, this is on item 18, recognizing the former City Councilwoman and Homeless Committee member, Colette Such. All right, going once, going twice. All right, we'll close public comment on item 18. I'm going to say that I had the pleasure of knowing Colette pretty much since the moment that I decided to run, and then through being in office as well. And the paragraph is well stated. Thoughtful, very caring, very hardworking public servant. Somebody who was in a lot of issues. I know from being in these seats that not everybody agrees with everybody all the time, but we really rely on folks that step up and do the work. Whether you agree or disagree with the person, you can respect the fact that it is somebody who cared and was not going to be a bystander. And Colette was certainly not a bystander.
And thank you. And I move that we approve the staff recommendation.
Okay, and I will second. All right, we have a first by Supervisor Campbell, second by Supervisor Brandon, which is me. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? All abstaining? Okay, passes unanimously. All right, so with that, we still do have items 3 and 10. Like I said, those and some of the other items will be moving around to fit our appointment schedule. It is end of year. We do have a lot of little things to button up as well. So I believe we're going to go into, are we ready to do our first 10 a.m. appointment?
Can I jump in real quick and just
Sure.
say, I don't want staff waiting around for number 3, so I'll just continue the conversation via email so you guys can get out of here and not wait. So I'll pull 3, and we can approve it later with consent. Or I'll put it back on.
Well, we would have to make a vote to remove that from, any individual board member can remove it from the consent calendar. We'd have to have a vote to basically remove it from this as an entirely from the agenda to reschedule.
Okay. Well, then when it comes back on, I'll just move that we approve it. I don't need to have a discussion.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, guys.
Just make it now. Do it now.
I move that we.
Then, well, we have to announce it. That's fine. So if it's fine with everybody, we'll pause on the 10 a.m. We'll go into item 3. If Nicole can please read the item.
Approving the Disease Intervention Specialist Workforce Development Grant between the California Department of Public Health and the Tuolumne County Public Health Department in the amount of $480,771, commencing retroactively on July 1, 2025, and ending on June 30, 2030, and authorizing the county administrator to sign all related documents.
Okay. Supervisor
All right.
Kirk?
Yeah, I was going to pull it to talk about early intervention, but we'll continue that conversation offline. So with that being said,
And we have to have public comment on the items.
We'll move to approve after public comment.
All right. So I'll open up public comment. This is on item 3. Any members of the public would like to speak, you'll have 3 minutes. Welcome back.
Good morning again. I don't like it. I don't like grants. I feel like it's money held over our heads. I don't like the California Department of Public Health. I feel like they made some incredibly bad decisions during COVID. A new friend of mine stood here at this microphone has been traveling to every county. He used to work at California Department of Public Health, and he's going around revealing all the stuff that they did. And if the document mentions MPOX, which I assume most people have never even heard of, but I'm just kind of waiting to see when the California Department of Health decides that they're going to force vaccinate people for MPOX, which to me seems ridiculous, but 70 vaccinations before the age of 18 seems reasonable to them too. So anyways, those are just my beliefs on it, but I vote no if I had to vote. Thanks.
Thank you. We have additional public comment? All right, seeing none, we'll close public comment on that item. I believe Supervisor Kirk made a motion to approve of item 3. And do we have a second?
Second.
All right, second by Supervisor Griefer. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? All abstaining? All right, passes unanimously on item 3. So we will go into now our first 10 a.m. appointment. Quick, we'll read the item, and everybody get it set up as we need to. I guess Roger's, I think, presenting this, right?
Chair, do you want to take a break?
Yeah, that would be fine. Let's take a 5-minute break. We'll come back at 10:21. I normally try to do one around 10 a.m. anyway, so we'll reconvene at 10:21. And if our clerk can read the 10 a.m. 10 a.m. 1, thank you.
10 a.m. 1, public hearing. Consideration of adopting an ordinance amending the Tuolumne County Master Fee Ordinance for Section 3.040.010F for environmental health fees.
All right. CAO? Yeah, that's a good idea. Thank you for the recommendation. Something I advocated real quick to mention at the beginning of the meeting. I did have a call with our Public Works Director just to clarify that I believe for our second 11 a.m. appointment, we are going to be pulling that, correct, from this for the new year. So if you're here for the second 11 a.m. appointment, hurry up and wait. It'll be a little bit more time. Roger, please take it away, 10 a.m. 1.
Okay, thank you. This item is for decreasing the environmental health consumer protection fees. As you may recall, we were here on November 7th to get direction from the board with the recommendation of rolling back the fees that were increased in 2024. And so our recommendation at that time was to implement a 12.45 adjustment that rolls back that adjustment from the 2023 fees that rolls back the current fees pretty significantly. I brought a chart and showed it to the board. The board gave us direction to move forward with that. So this is the final approval for that change to the environmental health fees. Just a reminder that there is a revenue impact of approximately $72,000 to the revenue for our environmental health fees and community development. So that's all I have. We've already presented. We're just here to do the final approval of the environmental health fees.
Great. All right, we'll bring it back to the board. If we have any questions or comments, Supervisor Holland, I know you've been working on this.
I'm sorry, Supervisor.
Yes.
Did you open the public hearing for this item?
The public hearing is opened. All right, thank you. I know government's kind of funny sometimes, but they do got the rules. Supervisor Holland, I know that you have been discussing and introducing this for a little while, so if you want to lead us off with comments, and as mentioned by Theo Root, I think we have had this item for discussion several times. So.
Yes. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Cody. I feel better now that we smacked the gavel and
official meeting started. This was an outcry from the public, basically, about a change in the fees, and I think there's some unintended consequences to it. Not that we don't need adjustments to cover costs as they go up, but I think just some of the items went up so absorbently. It was a shock to our business owners, and I think it's very important that we look at protecting our business owners and help them be successful, because as they're successful, we become more successful because of the tax revenue and everything else that goes along with it, and the jobs that are created within our town. So thank you, Roger, for working on this and getting it done just in the nick of time for the new bills to go out. So that's I definitely support it, and we'll talk about the next item after this.
Okay. If there's not additional comments, open it up for public comment. Supervisor Griefer?
No, thank you.
Yeah, I have some questions.
Oh, okay. So I was just going through this. So on item, I don't know, I don't put you on the spot here. Page 3-42, item number 7E. It says body art community event connection. It says 142 and now it's 160 per hour. So look, I went up, or is that just a flat rate that we're charging per hour? I know it seems odd, but someone called me on it.
Yeah, it's not going up from the current rates. It's going up from the 2023 rates.
Okay.
So,
okay. And then specifically in the 120 corridor, where we have a number of resorts, my understanding is that on the public pool and the spa, what will happen is it'll be $1,216 for the trip up to cover that, and then any other pools or spas, it'll be the $130 per hour, not the same amount, right?
that's correct, and that's kind of a process change. We talked about there will be process changes that take place along with this, and so the process change is that instead of charging for each pool inspection the flat amount, we'll travel one time to the location, inspect all the pools in that location, and charge based on the time we're there.
All right, so that'd be basically something that the hotel is going to work out with the county and say, hey, I've got X number of pools, and so they can budget accordingly to know, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I think that's it. Thank you.
All right. Supervisor Campbell?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So, Roger, you said that there's going to be a fiscal impact of, what was it, 72,000?
019. 72,019.
Yes.
Where is that in the report? I didn't see any fiscal impact in the board document. Did I miss it?
Here you go, Supervisor Campbell. Is that what you're looking for? It was an attachment.
Is it on the agenda?
That's where I got it from.
Where did you get that?
From the online packet.
There's only one packet that I see.
I believe Supervisor Griefer is referencing our second 10 a.m. appointment, which is the budget transfer related to the change in our first 10 a.m.
Oh, yes, I misunderstood.
Right?
I apologize.
So it's not attached to the first 10 a.m. It's documents for the second 10 a.m.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And so it's the issue. Okay, so we're approving this without a fiscal. I do realize that there's something on the next item about that, but we're approving something without recognizing the fiscal impact. Now, you did bring it up, so that's good. But,
Yeah, we probably should have put it in the memo.
Yeah. And so we're taking it, we're paying for this from contingencies. And again, this is kind of crossing to areas, right?
That's correct. If the board does approve the 10 a.m. 2 item, it'll come from contingencies and replace the revenue in environmental health.
Okay. I think that's where I was going, is that it's just not really clear where, we're doing this and it's going to cost money somewhere else. And that's just what I was trying to make clear to the public.
Yeah, and in our November 7th memo, we did say that we would need to do a budget transfer of that amount from contingencies, and we probably should add the same statement in this memo also.
Okay. And I'm also in support of what we're doing. So with that, there's no other comments on the board. Open it up for public comment. Again, this is on our first 10 a.m. appointment, 10 a.m. 1. Any members of the public would like to speak, please come forward. You'll have 3 minutes to be able to address the board. Going once, going twice, All right, closing public comment and our first 10 a.m. Right? Am I remembering it correct? We're closing the public hearing on it? Wonderful. And we'll bring it back to the board for any further discussion, questions, or a motion vote.
I'll make a motion that we approve the reduction in fees for the ordinance for 3.640.010.f.
Second.
Okay. We have a first by Supervisor Holland, a second by Supervisor Griefer. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, abstaining. All right, passes unanimously. So with that, the clerk can read our second 10 a.m. appointment.
10 a.m. 2, consideration of amending the fiscal year 2025-26 budget to transfer $72,019 from the general fund contingency due to environmental health fee revenue reductions.
Okay, and with that, we'll open up our second. Nope, that's not a hearing. Oh, this is what happens when I don't get the highlighted card from council there. All right, so with that, Roger, take it away.
This memo actually probably addresses Supervisor Campbell's question with the reduction of the fees in the environmental health area. We are asking to transfer $72,019 from general fund contingency to the community development department to offset revenue losses resulting in those changes.
Okay. Fantastic. We'll bring it back to the board if there's any discussion on this item.
Yeah, I have a question. So
Supervisor Campbell.
After we take out the 7219, how much is left in contingencies?
I don't have the exact amount, but I think it's around 3.2 million.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Holland.
So on this item, I think we could actually hold on doing the transfer because we actually don't know where revenues are going to come in at. We still have to pay the bills, and at the end of the year, if we're going to come up short, I think at that point we could then make the transfer. It doesn't affect anything operational of what's going on because if we never had raised the fees to start with, then this would never have been budgeted. So it would have made no difference. It would have been budgeted a lower amount to start with. So I'm in favor of us just holding on this as we get close towards the end of the year. We can see where everything is falling out. And if we need to make that transfer at that time, we can then make that transfer.
So question to staff on that. If we put the money in there, environmental health fee or fund balance at the end of the year, that does return effectively back to general fund contingency, or does it stay within environmental health contingency?
That would be in the community development department's budget, so fund balance would go back into to the general fund.
Okay. All right. While we're pondering over that, we'll open up public comment on this item. Again, this is 10 a.m., our second appointment. Any members of the public would like to speak, please come forward. You'll have 3 minutes to be able to address the board. Going once, going twice. All right, seeing no public comment, we will close public comment on that item and bring it back to the board for consideration. Again, this is a 4/5 vote. For it's worth, my recommendation would be if we have a chance of needing it, we move it there. If it's not used, it would end up basically back in general fund contingency either way. Otherwise, we just risk not end of the world, but having to do the same agendized item again.
But I think that was kind of where we were going with this when we started moving other funds around as well. So I concur with my colleague regarding if we just wait and see how the dust settles. I'm in favor of obviously lowering the fees, which we just voted on. But, you know, in this case, I agree with Supervisor Holland that I think we should wait until we kind of see where we're going to come out of this towards the end.
Okay. Well, with that, there wouldn't be a 4/5 vote. So if it's fine with staff that we can be able to pull this item or table it indefinitely and then bring it back as needed if needed.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. So that we have tabled our second 10 a.m. appointment indefinitely, and we'll move into.
So I have a question based on that.
Sure.
So is our budget balanced now then if we don't transfer this money? Because to me what that sounds like is we're leaving a question out there about whether or not we can pay for money that we have now, fees that we have expected coming into CDD that we are now not offsetting, and so to me that's not balancing the budget.
Well, I think that in this department in particular, there is significant vacancies. So I think.
But we can't balance our budget based on vacancies.
Well, then technically our budget's not balanced, but the fact that we're not going to be using the entire amount of the cost for salaries and benefits, I think that in the end we can come back to the board. Either we possibly may have a late mid-year, where we can balance the budget at that time. But I don't think we're going to be short in community development at this time.
Okay, and I appreciate that. I understand that is a way that you can pay the bills so that we don't end up short. But it's kind of a bad practice, I would say. I mean, if you extrapolate this out, let's say we did a similar thing with all departments, any other department in the county, and we just leave the question about whether we balance the predicted cost for the year for later, we could get into real trouble. So I recognize that it's probably not a big issue, relatively small amount of money in one department, but I don't think that's a very good practice to do, because what he's telling us is that we're not setting aside enough money to cover the predicted costs of this department.
The other piece, and just as a reminder, the other piece that there are some process improvements that are being implemented along with this that do not have to come to the board. There's processes within operations that will change that are reducing some of the cost in that area. So I think that those process improvements will offset, if not all, a big portion of these savings, these losses.
And thank you. I wanted to allow the comment on it, but since we don't have a 4/5 to approve, I would throw my support into tabling this item, which I believe there would be a majority. I just wanted to make sure that we're able to have that comment, and I appreciate it. But that we table this item and move forward, because I don't think we're going to be having a vote on it.
Table it until when, though?
Indefinitely, if needed.
I mean, at some point, we're going to have to balance the budget on this department.
We can do it formally with a motion. I'm just administratively wanting to move on to our third 10 a.m.
Okay. I mean, it's leaving a major question unresolved.
I do think we're going to have multiple opportunities before the end of the year. I mean, we always do an adjustment for year end. And if we're looking at that we're going to need additional funding at that time, we can come back and ask for contingencies at that time.
Okay. So with that, we're tabling, again, 10 a.m. 2, and we're going to be moving into 10 a.m. 3, which is a public hearing. So if, Nicole, you don't mind reading 10 a.m., our third appointment, and staff be able to set up for this as well.
10 a.m. 3, public hearing to consider Valley Vista Ordinance for Zone Change LUNR-25-7 to rezone the following. Rezone 29 parcels from R-1 Single Family Residential and O Open Space to R-1. Rezone 4 parcels from R-1 Mixed Use and O to O. Rezone 5 parcels from M-U and O to M-U. Rezone 1 parcel from R-1 to P. Rezone 1 parcel from O to P. Notice of exemption pursuant to the state CEQA guidelines.
All right, and we are opening up the public hearing on 10 a.m. Appointment number 3. I'm going to take it away.
All right, good morning. I'm Natalie Rizzi, Senior Planner with the Community Development Department. And the item we have before you is a zone change Lunar 25-7. Lunar 25-7 consists of a zone change to rezone parcels within Phase 1 of the Valley Vista subdivision as follows. 29 parcels from R1 Single Family Residential and O Open Space to R1. 4 parcels from R1 MU Mixed Use and Open Space to Open Space. 5 parcels from MU and Open Space to MU. 1 parcel from R1 to public, and 1 parcel from open space to public. The intent of the zone change is to reconfigure open space zoning in line with the final map parcel boundaries. Each parcel in Phase 1 would have 1 zoning designation, and open space zoning would be contained on separate parcels instead of being dispersed throughout the subdivision. The project site consists of Phase 1 of the Valley Vista subdivision as shown in this map. All remaining parcels within the Valley Vista subdivision are not part of the current zone change application. Any zone change request for future phases would require submittal of a new application and consideration by both the Tuolumne County Planning Commission and Board of Supervisors. The existing zoning of the site is R1, MU, and open space. The proposed zone change would reconfigure the boundaries of the R1, MU, and open space so that each parcel within Phase 1 would have a single zoning designation. 2 parcels are proposed to be rezoned to public as they will contain infrastructure maintained by the Tuolumne Utilities District, which is a public agency. These maps show the existing and proposed open space zoning. Following the zone change, each parcel would have a single zoning designation, and the open space would be fully contained within separate parcels. There would be a net gain of half an acre of open space within Phase 1. This ordinance map shows the resulting zoning boundaries of the project site. All parcels would contain one zoning designation. Green parcels will be fully zoned open space. The open space parcels will allow for better protection of the habitat areas. The developable lots will fully contain the R1 or MU zoning and will not include patches of open space. 3 parcels in the subdivision will remain the K or general recreational zoning. 2 parcels indicated by the pink hatching are proposed to be rezoned to public as they will contain infrastructure maintained by Tuolumne Utilities District. There would be a net gain of half an acre of open space within this phase. On April 21st, 2025, adjoining property owners within 1,000 feet were notified of the project via mail. The project stakeholder notification was posted to the planning webpage. Advisory agencies were also notified of the project at this time. The Tuolumne Utilities District indicated they had no concern. Caltrans indicated to continue working with them as this project develops. The Tuolumne County Building and Safety Division, Public Works Department, and Fire Prevention Division all indicated no comments through the online OpenGov permitting system. The Central Sierra Environmental Resource Center, CSERC, initially raised concerns about environmental impacts and the loss of open space. After discussing the proposed configuration and increased open space connectivity, CSERC submitted follow-up comments indicating support for the revised approach. This portion of the site lies outside of Phase 1 and will be addressed in a future phase. Comments were received from members of the public, which have been included in your agenda packet. Many of the concerns raised, both in written responses and addressed at the Planning Commission, are centered around previous project details or conditions of the overall Valley Vista subdivision, such as a hiking trail, traffic increase, buffer zones, fire station, easements, and construction. Comments submitted after the board packet was circulated center around mineral rights. The scope of this zone change application is limited solely to the redistribution of open space within the previously approved Valley Vista subdivision. This zone change does not address nor have any effect on the conditions of approval from the approved project. It would not modify any of these areas of concern. Any impacts related to these were addressed in the environmental review of the previous project approvals. Concerns regarding compliance with the conditions of approval are handled through the code compliance process in accordance with Chapter 110 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code. This project was initially considered by the Tuolumne County Planning Commission on September 17, 2025. After clarifying questions of the project, the Commission ultimately voted to send the project back to staff for clarification on project site boundaries, open space acreages, clarification of the maps, and public concerns centered around subdivision design and conditions of approval. The project was brought back before the Commission on November 5, 2025. Updated maps and information were included in the agenda packet. No substantial questions or concerns were asked by the Commission. Lunar 25-7 was unanimously recommended for approval on November 5, 2025, based on findings A through E. To approve a zone change, the approving body must make findings that the project is consistent with General Plan and Zoning Code, the project would not be detrimental to public health, safety, or welfare of the community, the project site is suited to the uses permitted under the proposed zone, and that the anticipated land uses would be compatible with surrounding existing and future uses. The project was determined to be exempt from CEQA. Staff has provided evidence for Lunar 25-7 meeting these findings within the staff report and board packet. Based on the evidence discussed and contained within the agenda report and board packet, staff recommends to approve zone change Lunar 25-7 based on findings A through E.
Wonderful, thank you. And checking in with council on this, since this is a land use public hearing, are we able to continue as somewhat normal business while in this public hearing for public comment and whatnot, or do we need to do the pro-con type thing?
You can receive public comment for, against, or neutral all at the same time.
Okay, wonderful, thank you. And there is no requirement for the project applicant to have a period of time or anything with that too?
No, typically the board has afforded project applicants 15 minutes to present if they need that time, but there's no specific requirement for that.
Okay. At this point, I don't feel the need that we need to add that in. So we'll bring it to the board for any questions or discussion. This isn't District 5. We traditionally, the supervisor of the district, be able to speak first on it. Otherwise, I'd be holding back a little more. But it's not changing any conditions or project details. And I'm excited to see this project move forward. These zone changes seem to be a step in clearing up the maps and being able to get some housing built. And I trust our staff and planning commissioners' recommendation as well. So.
Quick question. Jared, I realized I got to accuse myself.
Oh.
I own property within 500 feet.
You want to?
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Holland.
Is there anything more needed for the recusal than that?
No, Supervisor stated the basis for his recusal. He's now leaving the room, and I appreciate Supervisor Holland doing that.
Great.
I have a quick question.
Sure. Supervisor Kirk.
Yeah, on the, let me go back to it. Sorry, so the PDF online is 63 pages long. On page 37, CSERC brought up some questions about some lots and allowing some open space area for wildlife movement. It looked, and sorry I missed it in the packet, it looks like Ron and the project developers were open to working with them. Has that been resolved? Or is that in the lot? It's been resolved? Okay, great. Just want to make sure we're being good neighbors. And thank you.
So with that, we'll open up for public comment on this item. If any members of the public would like to speak, this is again our 10 a.m. Number 3 appointment for the public hearing. You'll have 3 minutes to be able to address the board. Good morning.
Stephanie Reichley. I just have a quick question. Where is this project?
We normally won't have a back and forth. This is quick.
Right.
No, it's fine. It's on Golf Links.
Oh, okay.
And online we have the full 63-page packet. So, all right. Do we have additional public comment on this item? Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for reviewing this item. I'll give you a little bit of overview on this. Natalie did a good job of putting it together. It's a little bit confusing when you go through it, but very simply, as outlined by CDD, this is an action to basically remove the old open space and replace it with the new open space that was part of the tentative map that was approved by the board in 2019. So that's really all it's doing. And then we approved a final map for phase 1 that had that open space to put a meets and bounds description on that. At that time, I had thought that we had gotten rid of the old open space, and I think staff was thinking that as well. But then when we started submitting parcel maps for some of the housing on this project, it was identified that the old open space was still in place. The reason from a history standpoint, the reason the old open space was in place was previous administration in the planning department wanted open space, a tentative map to have a meets and bounds description on it so it could be identified. Most places don't do that. Most places just do it as part of the tentative map. It's on an overlay, and then when you go forward and you do your final map in place, the staff is then responsible to make sure that you're in substantial conformance with the tentative map when you go forward and put your open space in place. As you can see, if you have open space and then you go forward from your tentative map to your final map, when you do your engineering documents for that, there's always minor modifications. You're doing the grading of the road and everything else, so things shift a little bit by the time you come up with your final plan. The reason that we end up with a 65-page document is then to go change this open space, which wastes a lot of time on the developer standpoint, and it wastes a lot of time on staff standpoint. So with the direction from the board and the CAO and everything else to streamline some of these processes. Moving forward, the open space will be defined at final map in substantial conformance with the approvals that are done at tentative map. So unfortunately, what we have to do, in that we have these meets and bounds description for the old open space, is as we go forward with the phase, we will put together the meets and bounds for the new open space. We will do all the math and everything else for it, come up with another 65 pages of documentation as we go forward and do that. But hopefully moving forward, we'll simplify this process and it won't be necessary doing that. So I'd be glad to answer any questions related to this or with any public comment going forward as well, if there is any. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, do we have any additional public comment? Okay. Welcome back.
Sometimes 1,000 pictures is worth 1,000 words, and this is what's been going on with this property here. We've been fighting.
And please speak in the microphone.
Fighting. The last time I was at this board meeting, the county told me the mineral rights on the property are reserved by the Barnwright family, and they remain separate from the surface due to the mineral rights owner, different parties, the mineral project. What it's saying is that I can mine in the open space. So they took 70 acres I can't mine on. I own the mineral rights, but I can mine on the open space. Now you're telling me you're compromising the open space more. I know I can't mine on the open space. Open space is for open space. So you're telling me I can mine on it, but what you're doing is you're inadvertently condemning my mineral rights. And that's what you've done. You inadvertently condemn my mineral rights. You've given this development a grading permit to move 80,000 cubic yards of dirt, rock, clay, and minerals. And thank you for it. Thank you. That's a trespass, a conversion. I spent $70,000 to take this to the out-of-town attorney, and I came back with a complaint. And they say I got $5 million worth of damages here. This is a war that's been going on since, and you're part of it. You taken money from the development. How much? $4,500 the first year. The next year, another $4,500. Did they pay you for your Senate? You've taken money from this. You've taken money from this. The other, yeah, when you ran for supervisor, Valley Vista donated money to your campaign. Remember? You forgot about that? So you're as long as what I think you've been paid for, I haven't been paid. I had to file a lawsuit. Oh, this is the wrong one. Hold on here. This is a war. This guy's yelling at me, screaming at me, telling me, get off my own property. I've been locked out of my property. I had to go out of county to get a lawsuit to sue you. This suit, I retracted it. They didn't have the money you don't have the money to pay it. So I retracted it. It's still, I can refile this at any time, and I'm planning on refiling this suit.
And that's your 3 minutes.
Thank you. You're welcome. Thank you for the...
All right, and do we have additional public comment on this item? Going once, going twice. All right, seeing none, we will close public comment. I believe close the public hearing on item 3, bring it back to the board for discussion or for a motion.
I have a couple questions.
Supervisor Briefer?
Obviously, I wasn't here in 2019, so I'm a little behind the curve on this one. So my only question is, if this does not get approved today, does that stop the project?
It would not stop the project. Basically, the tentative subdivision map and associated approvals have been approved. This would just essentially make some of the lots unbuildable due to the open space restrictions.
Okay, so I'm assuming the intent is still to move forward. This is kind of cleaning some stuff up, make it a little bit easier, make it a little bit more aesthetic for the community. Okay, and then I guess my other question is, if you can go back to the other map, please. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, it's a little tough to do, but I guess my question still is, where are we ready to move? If this gets approved today, is that giving you the green light, or is there another step? Because my only concern that I have from the feedback that I received was just the vehicles that would need to get out of that area in the event of an emergency. So I don't know if I'm jumping the gun or where we're falling within this. And if that's already been addressed, then tell me it's been addressed, and I'll move on.
Yeah, so basically where we are in the process for all these lots shown on this page are existing. They're existing single-family lots and mixed-use lots, and there are building permits in process for building single-family dwellings on the site.
Okay, that's all I
And
need.
anything related to, evacuation or traffic has been addressed in the previous documents.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Campbell.
Thank you. I just had a couple of questions just to clarify. I think you kind of already went over this, but I want to make sure I understand. So effectively, we're adding open space with this proposal?
Yes, there is a net gain of half an acre
Okay.
within this phase.
And then the purpose of that is to move things around so that it's possible to develop more lots within the previously existing open space?
Yeah, so essentially what this zone change would do is, on the left, you can see that some of the lots, the developable lots, have open space kind of mixed into their zoning versus the one on the right, the open space, those are actually separate parcels. So every parcel will either be zoned just R1, just mixed use, or just open space instead of being kind of mixed.
Okay. And then have you assessed the appropriate number of developed parcels for a development of this size, and is it within?
Yes, it's within the
appropriate
approved.
range?
Yeah, we would look at the total number of lots and make sure it doesn't exceed what the tentative approval was for.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional comments, questions on the board? Supervisor Kirk?
Yeah, my only comment is I'm texting my campaign manager asking if I have any ties to this, and apparently there's a guy named Brotby who may, back in the day with Valley Vista when I first ran, he made a donation to my campaign, but so that was 8 years ago. I don't think I've had a donation from Mr. Brotby since, and it doesn't impact like we've discussed, this is already a project that is completed. We're just doing some zone changing. I don't feel like it's going to impact my decision-making skills, but I'm just bringing that up to county council. Do I need to recuse myself based on that information?
Supervisor, the Vine Act covers contributions within 12 months of the decision, so.
Oh,
if
so
the
yeah, we're
contribution was 8
well
years
beyond
ago,
12
it
months.
should be.
Okay, so thank you.
Great. And similar to Supervisor Kirk, it's outside by years, the reportable deadlines for me as well, in my first election there as well. So with that, I'll be looking for a motion to approve.
So move.
Okay, we have a
I'll
first by
second.
Supervisor Griefer, second by Supervisor Kirk, with Supervisor Holland recusing. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, abstaining. Okay, passes 4-0 with Supervisor Holland abstaining. And wherever he is getting coffee, he's allowed to return now. So I'll send a search party to the break room. All right. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Natalie. Appreciate it. With that, we'll move into our 10:30 appointment. And we are catching quickly up onto our appointment schedules. Nicole, you mind reading it?
10:30 a.m. Consideration of approving a call for projects for the Community Development Block Grant, CDBG, 2026 grant cycle.
Okay.
You took it with you. He's having a senior moment.
Good.
Roger, I think we're fine.
Okay. Just as a kind of a refresher, couple things just to, I provided everybody with an updated memo. The original agenda language said the 2026 cycle. It's the 2025 cycle. The original memo said in May of 2024, the board paused the applications. It was May of 2025. That has been corrected. And the approximate, down at the final paragraph, it says the approximate, to be approximately 5 million. That is approximately 3.6 million. Those have been corrected. There's copies of the memo in the back. And I provided each one of the board members with copies of the corrected memo. So as a recap, you may remember back in May of 2024, we paused our application for these grant fundings due to the fact that we were trying to catch up with our previous audits. We have since engaged with an auditor that's been working very diligently with our auditor's office to complete these audits and get us caught up. We anticipate being, we are working diligently to be caught up with these audits in time to be able to apply for some additional funding out of the 2025 cycle. And I should also let you know we do have Lori online if we have any questions. But our goal today really is just to get approval from the board to now move forward. We're not anticipating talking about projects. We're going to come back. This allows us to then start engaging the community, start engaging with the board on projects that we want to see in the future. And just as a reminder, there's a couple of key things with these projects that I want to share. We will have some funding available for our public service needs, which those go to the food banks and those kind of services. But we also have to make sure that whatever project we have can be shovel ready by the time we do our application. So there's some constraints in there. What we would like to do is then set up some additional community meetings to reach out to the community and find out what their feedback is, have some couple of meetings with the board early January, and start soliciting the board's feedback on some of these projects that we might be able to get shovel ready by the time we apply. We are not, I really today just want direction from the board to continue working with Lori's team to move forward with that 2025 cycle.
Roger, great, thank you. We'll bring it back to the board, and thank you for the background on that item too. I know I wanted to highlight one thing you mentioned is the support for the food bank. I know you and I spoke that is a concern about the future of the program, something that I hope we'll have a more full discussion as a board item coming up. But just planning that there seems to be interruptions at, I believe, the state level, correct?
That is correct. I wasn't going to talk too in depth right now because they haven't, they had a presentation, but they haven't documented the constraints in writing. So our plan is to early January have a special probably meeting and invite those people that will be impacted. But verbally, the state has said that they're going to pause that funding for 2 years, which basically means it'll be a 3-year gap for that, because by the time it comes back and we apply, it'll be a year. So there'll be a 3-year gap where we lose that funding for the food banks.
And you mentioned the full cost was about $450,000 a year. Was that
this
give or
morning?
take?
I believe Lori told me that it's about $600K.
Okay, great. I'll bring it to the board for any other comments. Thank you for letting me ask on that. Supervisor Campbell?
Yeah, so on that issue, what is the timeline? Because we're already past when we normally would have applied for the 2025 cycle. They're allowing us to apply retroactively. When does the, and what we're waiting on before we can apply is it's the 23 and the 24 single county audits, right?
That's correct.
Okay. When do we expect those to be completed?
Well, through the RFP process, we met with the auditors. They agreed to have the 23 done by the end of December, and they agreed to have the 24 done by the end of January. We're still very close on target with that. There's a little bit of delay on the 23, but I think we can, the communication I've had from the auditors, we can continue working on the 24 while they're waiting for some of the information that they need for the 23. So we may still make that target, and I talked to Donnie yesterday and pushing really hard to make sure that we get all the audits done so we can apply for this.
Yeah, and the reason why the timeline is so critical is this is a crisis point right now, because we are out of money at the food bank in summer 2026, out of money. We're running down reserves right now at the food bank. So effectively, we are out of money now. We're pulling from reserves. And it's because of this inability to apply for the CDBG grants that have been supporting ETCA and the food bank all this time. So it's great that we're able to go back and apply for 2025. It's terrible that we are not going to be available, that the 26 and 27 CDBG grants are not going to be available, because that means that there's a gap of funding there for the next several years. But you know, since we are in a crisis, I'm just looking at the immediate, how are we going to get through the summer? So it sounds like these audits need to be completed. If they're both completed by January, then what happens next? We apply for the 25 grant. When do we receive that money for 25? Well, because that won't even come until 27, right?
No, the 25 will come before 27. It'll
Okay.
just be later in the year. It may not help. It may not hit by that summer date
yeah.
that you're looking at. And I do think that part of that workshop that I was talking about, or special meeting in early January, is we have to start talking about alternative funding sources for ADCA and for the other food banks, because no matter what, there's going to be a 3-year gap. So if we don't find alternative funding sources, whether it's through private funding or some other source, then they will be not receiving these fundings for 3 years. And yes, it is definitely a crisis.
Question, just to
Supervisor
clarify, in January, we're going to vet this out a little bit more and come up with a plan?
Yes, especially the timing with the holidays and everything else, and having one meeting, it just was really hard. But we're planning on doing meetings early in January to address this, both with the community and with the board.
Have we had any press releases on this? I think I've seen one, or am I thinking of emails? Have we had any press releases out explaining this?
You're probably thinking about emails, because we have not done any press releases, and we won't make any press releases regarding, we are going to do community outreach in January and everything else. We won't make any press releases regarding the future of this special funding until we get it in writing from the state.
Okay. I mean, at some point, we need to get in front of it as far as the general public. I'm getting emails and phone calls from other organizations within government thinking that it's pointing the fingers or whatnot, and it'd just be nice in there for you to be very clear as far as where we're at, how it got here. This isn't a board. This is a auditor controller audit that didn't take place for 3 years that we've been aware of, and now we have a new auditor controller booking it, trying to catch up. But at some point, it would be great to set the record straight as far as where we are, how we got here, what the plan is moving forward. So I hope we could maybe do that maybe come January.
Thank you. And that was exactly the conversation Roger and I had. One of our final kind of chair CAO agenda discussions is hopefully having something just like that in January. Least we need is to have a shocking closure that we're not having discussions well in advance of to figure out what options we got. Supervisor Holland?
Thanks, Chair. Actually, Ryan asked my question. It was about, this is all contingent on audits being done by January. So if Donnie's listening.
Yeah, that is correct.
By January. Okay.
Great. My only comments on this, I know the food bank being something that has such long-standing value, you can't just interrupt something like that for a year and then just bring it back. Some programs are like that. This is not one of those things. And so I appreciate that we should have an item we should consider, though we normally would not maybe try to fund it with CDBG or these other funds, program income fund. This may be an opportunity where we have more discretion with the PI CDBG that we could use to support it. The other two that I wanted to recommend, we've talked in the past, and because of those audits, it's been a challenge. But one is existing CapEx for capital expenditures, looking at what we've got for some of our public safety facilities in particular. This has been a large amount to rebuild some of these things. I know the Columbia Fire Station, that is, I think, something we were anticipating either SAFER or CDBG could go into funding. The second thing would be some type of economic development support. I talked about this last year, just as a recommendation. So we are calling for proposals. I think any organizations, ultimately, an idea is cool, but who's going to run it? We need groups that have the capacity to not only throw us a good idea, but say we are capable of administering this, running it, and handling a bank account and all of that. But to all of those partners, this is a very good time to give us your best ideas. We might choose it during this process. So,
Yeah, and I'd reiterate that. I think that if some of the community partners have projects that they're planning already, that we might be able to have shovel-ready plans for the application. I highly recommend they start engaging with us in that effort.
And a lot of folks might not be aware, but CDBG, it is a grant, but this is one of the ones that is very flexible. It goes to making kind of dreams come true like stuff. People use it for housing, they use it for business, they use it for infrastructure. So all to say is there's a lot of flexibility to hear good ideas. So, all right. Well, we've got the item. If there's no further board discussion or questions, I'll be looking for a motion to approve of our 10:30. Oh, did we not do? Oh, thank you. I thought I already did that at the beginning. We'll open up public comment. Again, this is on 10:30 item for the CDBG block grant. Going once, going twice. All right, seeing none, we'll close public comment, and I'll be looking to the board for a motion.
Move to approve staff recommendation.
I'll second.
Okay. We have a first by Supervisor Campbell. We have a second by Supervisor Holland. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed? All abstaining? All right, passes unanimously. Wonderful. Our next appointment that we have, we did cancel again the 11 a.m. 2. We have our Air Pollution Control Board item. Are we prepared to have that one? We all ready to go? All right, let's get set up for our first 11 a.m. appointment as the Air Pollution Control Board, which we shall reconvene and open the public hearing for. Nicole, can you read the item for us?
As the Air Pollution Control Board, 11 a.m. 1, public hearing to consider adopting the Air Pollution Control District fiscal year 2025-2026 budget.
All right, take it away.
All right, good morning, Honorable Tuolumne County Air Pollution Control District Board. On November 18th, 2025, your board conducted a public hearing to review the fiscal year 25-26 Air Pollution Control District budget and received public comment. California Health and Safety Code Section 40130 through 40131 requires a second hearing to adopt the budget. This hearing is to formally adopt the budget for the Tuolumne County Air Pollution Control District. The Air Pollution Control District budget was previously adopted, as stated in the prior public hearing on September 23rd, 2025. I can summarize real quick on the final budget. It's an $86,000 or approximately $87,000 decrease from previous fiscal year budget. It is my recommendation that your board, after conducting the public hearing, adopt the Air Pollution Control District fiscal year 25-26 budget.
Great. Thank you. Any board comments, discussion before we open up public comment? All right, seeing none, thank you. We'll open up public comment on this item. Again, we are convened as the Air Pollution Control Board. This is our 11 a.m. first appointment, public hearing on the Air Pollution Control District 25-26 budget. Any members of the public would like to speak to this? Going once, going twice. All right, seeing none, we will close public comment. We'll close the public hearing. I think the same, yeah, forget if we're convening as a board, if it changes a bit. And bring it back to the board for any questions, discussion, or a motion to approve.
So move to approve.
Okay, we have a first by Supervisor Griefer.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Holland. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
I don't know why I did that.
Feel the power, Jaron. Feel it.
All those opposed, all those abstaining. All right, passes unanimously. And sometimes the brain just, it just sparks.
Right there. Gotcha.
Passes unanimously, so we are done with that, and we will reconvene. That's what I was doing. And we will reconvene as the Board of Supervisors. Now I get to tap the gavel. And done with our 11 a.m. appointment. Our next appointment, I believe, is 11:30, though, to my understanding, we are no longer doing the presentation from HIP Camp. Is that correct? Supervisor Kirk, were you in conversation with Cassandra on that? Okay.
Yeah,
That was canceled, yeah.
It was the
Okay,
airport hearing.
so we can't hop into that quite yet, so let's look back to consent.
Calendar.
We still have, if our clerk can read item number 10.
Item number 10, approving the 2026 County of Tuolumne Board of Supervisors meeting calendar.
Okay, Supervisor Griefer.
I gave my one and only working copy to staff, so I'm going to go off memory. So I like the calendar as it is. As Supervisor Brandon has pointed out, this is a very packed meeting tonight or today, same as it was last year. So my first recommendation is that we change the meeting on December 8th to an actual meeting instead of a potential special meeting. And then if you could remind me what days I highlighted for a board workshop in March.
The 12th and the 13th.
So on 3/12 and 3/13, I recommend that we schedule on the calendar a 2-day workshop for the board. And then on December 8th, December 8th, I think that's right? December 8th of 2026, changing it from a special meeting or potential special meeting to a regular meeting. That way we can not be as compacted as we are towards the end of the year.
All right, we have a recommendation on that. This will be, of course, with the staff and in conjunction with the new chair for the incoming year. I agree that it doesn't have the board workshop specifically laid out for the early year. I do actually think March is too late. Generally, with an election, January 6th, you would see, or around there, the transition of the board and then the priorities workshop or an update on the priorities if it's a 2-year priorities. Traditionally sometime in January, so with that, I don't see that highlighted on here. Whether that would be different than what you're recommending, normally there is a 2 to 3 kind of onboarding, priority review, priority setting. Maybe, Roger, if you can tie in if there was where that would be for a new board coming together for the priorities workshop, and then I know you've got more comments as well.
Well, I was just going to say, to usurp Mr. Root over here, but my reasoning behind March is, one, it gives us a little bit better weather if we were going to do it off-site. 2, it gives whatever board members at whatever change a little time to get their feet wet. And then 3, it gives us time coming out of the holiday season as well as to talk to our constituents on things that concern them. And then lastly, there is the NACO trip in D.C. That we wish to send someone to as well, which we have now approved to send someone to, as well as coming up with kind of time to get kind of our head out of the holiday season, potentially budget issues going in. I just think March has always been, at least in the organizations I've been a part of, a good month to have these types of workshops rather than pushing it coming in out of January. But the goal of the workshop is to, in my opinion, is to have an opportunity to, as a board, address some of the issues that we feel that we need to address, kind of come up with our goals. It's tough for, not to speak for Supervisor Holland or in this case, but, the goals that were set by the prior board, I inherited, and I may not agree with those, so it's a little bit more difficult to jump on board with other people's goals without having a little bit of the background. So my point being is that if we can have these workshops specifically goal related, and then we can have a different workshop. If we want to have one in January, we can do that, but specifically have our goals and objectives workshops. So the new board, whomever they may be, is all on board and can move forward. So that's why I picked March.
So I can speak a little bit to this. So I'm vice chair now. Whatever I would, if I'm chosen as chair next year, I had been talking to Roger about what a workshop would look like. I've been thinking about, so you're saying January, you're saying March. I was actually looking at February. Seemed like a lighter month in terms of activities. When was the NACO trip? That was January, right?
No, it's the February
21st. That first week? 21st. Okay, because I was thinking the first week of February after the Tuesday meeting. We go in, we have like a 1-day workshop on a Friday on that 6th was kind of what I was looking at. I was looking at venues and talking to some offsite possibilities. But, we've done it a number of different ways in the past. So it's been like 3-day, multi-day workshops. I haven't really seen, and apologies if this isn't shared, but I haven't seen a whole lot of value out of the priority setting portion of the workshops. It just seems like we set these priorities and then they get forgotten right afterward. So I was kind of looking at more of a shorter period for a board workshop where we keep it to 1 day. We hear from department heads and but I mean, we could do 2 days. I don't know. I'm open to discussing that, whatever the majority of the board wants. But I do tend to think we should do it a little bit earlier. It does seem to me, in my recollection, that January and February tend to be lighter in terms of the types of issues that we face. Usually that it's usually like snow problems are happening January, February. So if we have a week where that doesn't happen, it's usually more convenient for those types of meetings.
And to be fair, the genesis of this conversation is it was, as Supervisor Brandon put it, there was not one on the calendar. So I was putting one on the calendar. It's not a fixed date. We can move it. I think we should have a 2-day one. I think is a good way for the board to address concerns with the staff. And then secondly, the board can take that data we get from the staff. As I've said before, a lot of times we, as a board, assign things to the staff and we forget that we've assigned them a dozen different things prior, the week before. So we overload them and sometimes we start dropping things. And I want to make sure that as we are, as I have said before, in this rebuild year of this county and we are moving forward, that we are addressing the staff's concerns, we are addressing the people's concerns since we work for them, and that they have an opportunity to talk to us. A 2-day is a good one. I don't think 3 days. I think 3 days is too long. But if we don't know our staff by now, then we're not doing our jobs, right? I mean, they tell us all the time what's going on. We're listening to them. So that was my mindset behind 2 days. So if you wish to have it in February, that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. I prefer March and a 2-day, but I'm obviously flexible.
I'd throw in on a February, I think would be fine as well. I think March, we're already starting to get into where we're thinking of budget and working on that. I'd rather a little lead up.
What do you think about the 5th and 6th? Oh, sorry, I interrupted you.
No, and to be honest, I'm whatever time makes sense, and we'll book that is where I'm at. So whatever you think. As far as the length, I do think 2 or 3 days. This is one of the most important things we set. I think one of the reasons it's not referred to as much is because where we have here's 5 categories with each 5 different things with what are they, completion objectives or whatever. Each may have 10 under it. It is overwhelming. A lot of that wasn't generated with or really through the board. It was kind of brought together. I don't think they were bad, but it wasn't. I wouldn't say we were familiar with a lot of things that were adopted, and this has been an issue for me. Some of those things were things that the board brought in and said, this is what I'd like to see on there, was maybe about 10 or 15%. A lot of that was stuff that was just presented then, where we're talking a lot of information, even more so if we wanted to have even a 10-minute discussion on each of those criteria. So I would encourage at least 2 days, maybe 3 days. I do agree with Supervisor Campbell. I think a lot of these have not been very worthwhile. I think it's not the fact that they're longer or the space. I think it is our commitment to follow through with it, and then the amount of time we have to actually use it to develop something. It's kind of like if we read the first page of a bunch of books, it's not really going to help us be more literate. Some of these things we need a little bit of time to be able to discuss the concepts of why we want to do something over another thing. So.
Well, and obviously the Brown Act is kind of a hindrance in this one case because obviously we can't talk amongst ourselves to come up with what we feel the goals are. We're going to have these we should have these public discussions, what have you. So I'm good with that. I don't think 3 days, only from the fact that, those are 3 days. That's tough. People have a lot of stuff going on in their lives, and 3 days is tough. And if we're using time management well and we do our jobs as effective, time managers, then I think 2 days is it. So I will go with whomever, like I said, wants to make the motion.
What if we do this? Because we're kind of getting into a discussion about the nature of the workshop itself.
Right.
I think we should probably have that. So maybe we agendize it for January, fleshing out of the workshop, and then we just kind of tentatively set 5 and 6, February 5th and 6th for workshop days. And then if something comes out of that discussion in January that we'd like to change that, we always can change it. Does that work?
That's fine with me, and I know you mentioned December 8th, you wanted to convert from a potential special to basically a defined regular meeting, which is fine with me.
That sounds fine.
Yeah, that's fine. Like I said, the genesis here is that it wasn't on the agenda. Let's put it on the agenda, or sorry, on the calendar. Last year, the agenda was set by your board, and then literally 2 days later, it was changed.
All right.
So for the people that are scheduling, and if we're going to start doing off-sites, I think I want to get it on the calendar. So that, you guys know I'm a stickler. Start on time, stay to the calendar.
Well, I'm hearing consensus on that idea and can look for a motion, but if we manage to fill 5 more minutes full of hot air, then we can move into our 11:30.
Can I make a quick comment?
Yes, Supervisor Kirk, of course.
My recommendation would be sometime in February. I'd rather do a Tuesday and then give it a few weeks to digest and come back and finish it on another Tuesday offsite. The 3-day thing is a joke. We spend so much time trying to do kumbaya and get to know each other, which is important, but we need to do a little bit less talking, a little bit more action and planning. And then as far as the years past where we've had priorities, we had a thing called ClearPoint. The problem is we didn't keep up on ClearPoint. We didn't make it a priority. So just so you guys know, I created my own Excel spreadsheet, which is basically the same idea as ClearPoint, and I just track all the stuff that we do. And that's why staff, you'll see from time to time, you'll see emails with me following up on action items because it's just really that simple. The way to track success is to track it. So if we want to get back to ClearPoint, I think that was big. I think that was smoke screens. We made it way more complicated than we needed to on staff communicating with ClearPoint, and then on staff presenting it. It's literally as simple as an Excel spreadsheet with some flows, and we can track stuff. That's how people operate. So my recommendation is 2 Tuesdays on a February, and let's track what we're doing. We can put it on a big wall right here. I don't care if I have to get out a whiteboard and put my own check boxes, but that's literally what I do, and it's been successful throughout my life. So those are my 2 thoughts.
Well, if I may recommend, we're only blocking time. We do have 2 Tuesdays that are set already for regular county meetings, which will already have other business. Kind of what Supervisor Campbell mentioned, I think we're talking at a level of detail. This is really more like a blackout date. If in January, there's a different thought on it, I think it's fine to change. It's just so that we don't overbook this.
I'm hearing support for like 2 days, so let's just go with that. I think
it's February. Open to change if but it's just, I don't think we're going to make that discussion happen here with that agenda today.
No.
That's fine. So I'm fine with motioning we do the February 5th and 6th blackout. January can be discussion about that workshop more so, and also the conversion of the December 8th meeting from a potential special to a regular meeting. And then approve the 2026 calendar.
If you got public comment for the next 3 minutes, you'll hit your mark.
Did we do public comment on item 10 there?
Nope.
Or did we? No. Okay, thank you. Before that, then, we'll move into public comment on our meeting schedule. Thank you. Any members of the public would like to speak? This is item 10 for our 2026 meeting schedule. All right, going once, going twice. Not seeing any public comment. We will close public comment on that, and I will look for that motion from the board.
So moved as presented.
Okay, so we have a first by Supervisor Griefer. We have a second by Supervisor Campbell. Again, that is the 2026 board meetings with the December 8th change to normal and a February 5th to 6th for a board workshop. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Abstaining? Okay, passes 5-0. So with that, I know I should have stalled for 1 more minute. This is the stuff where the Brown Act sometimes gets frustrating. 11:29, we can't start the 11:30 appointment. Dan, will you turn us in? If we, you're not going to snitch on us, are you? A 1 minute potty break.
I'm limited. I can't turn you in.
Okay, let's do a 5-minute break to 11:34. I'm going to get a cup of coffee and a bathroom break. All right, if we can have everybody take your seats and all board members return to the dais. We're first going to be doing item number 19 quickly, and then we'll be moving into, here we go, is our 11:30 appointment. So with that, Nicole, will you read item number 19 for us?
Consideration of approving an employment agreement with Roger Root as the County Administrative Officer for a 3-year term.
Wonderful.
Morning, Board. Karen McGettigan, Human Resources and Risk Management. I'm before you this morning with an employment agreement at the conclusion of the recruitment and selection process for the position of the County Administrative Officer. Just for the benefit of the public, upon the vacancy of the position in January 2025, the Assistant CAO, Roger Root, became the acting CAO, and your board did give direction to utilize the services of an executive recruitment firm to fill that vacancy. And the county engaged the services of WBCP. They developed the recruitment materials and posted the recruitment on all relevant national and state websites, as well as social media, with a view count of more than 1.2 million independent users. They also developed target lists of prospective candidates who were current CAOs, deputy CAOs, chief executive officers, and they sent more than 150 direct mailers and followed up on each mailer with a personal phone call. Ultimately, there were 44 viable candidates. After phone screening and further conversation, only 9 were moved forward. The candidates participated in 2 interview panels comprised of both internal and external evaluators, and the top 2 candidates were interviewed by the Board of Supervisors. Roger Root was selected, and the employment agreement before you today is for a 3-year term with the option to extend upon mutual agreement for 2 optional years. The negotiated salary for Mr. Root will be at step 3 of the established salary schedule. That is $96.1394 per hour, or $199,969 annually. In addition to the car allowance that was afforded to his predecessor, all other benefits are outlined for county executives in the executive compensation plan. I also want to highlight Roger Root's over 30 years of experience and his prior experience as a military service member as well. And staff is very happy that he was selected for the role.
Wonderful. Thank you. And I'm going to take Chair's prerogative on this one to say that we've had a very interesting year. There's been a lot of changes, to say the least. This was an immense amount of change at the staff and leadership level, both in the board and in our administrator's office in particular, and the senior levels of the organization. And Roger stepped up as an interim CAO and has handled that with grace and style and thoughtfulness. And I think I speak for the board that we're proud to unanimously be supporting you in confirming you for this role, that you've had trial by fire. Not a lot of candidates have to go deal with an organization at sometimes its hardest time for a year before being confirmed in the position that they're being hired for. And you've performed admirably, and you have our support with that. So anyway, thank you. I know it hasn't passed yet. Bring it to the board if there's any other comments. Supervisor Holland?
Lots of questions and concerns, Roger. Lots of them. No, I think it's a good thing. I think Roger's a good fit. I think he's going to do an excellent job. Good luck.
Supervisor Kirk?
Yeah, I'll just say thank you for everything you're doing. You've stuck in there. I sent you a list of like 20 things not to do, otherwise it'll get you fired, so thank you for reading that. But no, you've been great. In what you did, Roger, in IT, you came in, you cleaned it up, you saved money. It's just doing that at another level, and you know better than so many of us up here how to do that, so we just give you full reins to do what needs to be done in this organization. I know retirement is somewhere in the near, medium future, but what you do now and then could really give you a legacy as far as tightening the belt in Tuolumne County, prioritizing what this board wants to do and getting us there, and not playing games while doing it, just handling business. So thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Supervisor Griefer?
No, thank you. As I've said from day one, this is a rebuild year. We have a new head coach. We're going to have a new head coach, right? So I have, as my colleagues have stated, I've only known you a short time since being elected, now being on the board. So I appreciate your long job interview. That's been going on for months. And so, obviously there's a reason we selected the process to look outside, to come in, find that best qualified candidate. You clearly rose to the top. I look forward to working with you. And we'll have to make sure his boss is okay with this, and we'll put her on the spot in a little bit later. So thanks.
Yeah, Roger, worked with you a lot of years. I always enjoyed your perspective and what you've done for the county up to this point. I remember back when you were a director of IT, it really turned that department around. So we're looking for more of the same as the boss for the county.
I think it's appropriate that we can make him give a speech, right?
Oh, yeah.
Roger?
He still works for us.
I don't know about a speech, but I did want to say a few things, and I really appreciate, Chair, your comments about grace and style, because I do not believe that's true. There's been a lot of ungrace and unstyle in the last year, but it's been quite an experience, and an experience that I hope prepares myself and others for what the next 3 years are going to look like. Not that they're going to be the same, but that we have a lot of good things that are going to come from what's happened in the last year. And I'm excited to be part of it. I really appreciate the vote of confidence from the Board of Supervisors. I want to say there are some things, I really think that this is an opportunity for us to be really strategic. And I know we were talking about those priority settings, and I really want that opportunity to strategically look at our priorities while we're still looking at our fiscal strategy that we want to put in place for this next 3 years, and morph those two together because they go hand in hand. And I think it's important that we do that together. The other thing that I really want to emphasize is that I understand that the most important asset that we have in this organization is the people, and I support the fact that we have an enormous amount of staff that work really hard, and an enormous amount of staff that work really hard that haven't seen pay increases in 3 years or 4 years, and who you've heard at this podium say they haven't received, they're making less today than what they were 3 years ago. And I will do what I've done in all my leadership positions, and that is advocate for the people who are actually getting the work done for this organization. And so you can expect the next 3 years, along with the board priorities, is that I will be advocating for the staff that are here. And then finally, I do want to thank my wife and my family because they've always supported me throughout my career. And yes, if this opportunity hadn't arisen, I think October might have been that retirement time as I reached a pinnacle in my PERS place. But I'm excited to stay for at least another 3 years and move Tuolumne County forward and make the changes that this board has been trying to make and wants to make in the future. So thank you for this opportunity.
All right. With that, we'll open it up for any public comment. Any members of the public would like to speak, please come forward. You'll have 3 minutes. Everyone loves the big walk up.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So I wasn't planning on coming up to say this, but I did write a letter congratulating Roger, and I CC'd the board. So personally, congratulations. And on behalf of a lot of special districts and utilities who we feel we are partners, we'd like to, be a part of, don't forget us, right? We'd like to be a part of your long-range planning, be a part of facilitating and seeing your mission, vision, and values and goals as we move forward. So please don't forget us, but congratulations. I do look forward to working for you for at least the next 3 years. And so anyway, thank you.
Great, thank you. Do we have any additional public comment? Good morning.
Good morning. Dave Vasquez, Sheriff of Tuolumne County. Try not to embarrass Roger too much. Let it rip. First of all, thank you. Thanks for staying. As somebody who's had a lot of conversations with you throughout this last very interesting year, as we've heard it called, I know that there's other people that have relentlessly been recruiting you and other places that pay significantly more than Tuolumne County. One of the things that I look for and something that I've always been told is that when talent runs out, character carries you the rest of the way through. And I appreciate the grit that you've shown. I appreciate you staying. I appreciate the commitment to Tuolumne County because it takes a lot to stay. There's a lot of individuals that work for the county right now, as you heard CIO say, that are being recruited from other places as well. Very talented people with high level of character, and they choose to stay. And I'm grateful for them. I'm grateful that for the first time in a very long time, I have full trust and confidence in our county administrative office. It hasn't always been that way. I've been very vocal about that, and I appreciate the work that the board's done. I sat in on the process of all the candidates that came forth. We are lucky to have Roger stay here in comparison. So I just want to say that on behalf of my office and myself, we appreciate you staying, and this is a no-brainer. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have any additional public comments? It's going twice. All right, with that, we'll close public comment, bring it back to the board for any additional discussion or a motion to approve on item 19.
I'll make a motion we approve.
Okay.
A second.
All right, we have a first by Supervisor Holland. We have a second by Supervisor Kirk. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, all abstaining. All right, passes unanimously. Roger, welcome again officially. All right, and with that, right back to work. It's been, I think, a year of that, so.
Yeah.
All right, we'll move into item.
We get to change the top line of the agenda. It said interim county administrator this whole year. And
so moved.
So.
Yeah. Let's,
I heard we have a couple days of February available.
All right. We're getting so close. Nicole, can you read our 11:30 a.m. Appointment and have staff set up the Zoom?
11:30 a.m. HIP Camp presentation on low impact camping and board direction for potential implementation in Tuolumne County.
All right, and do we have Cassandra on the line?
Yes. Hi there. Can you hear me?
There we go. We can hear you just fine. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. And would you like me to share my screen, or will somebody else be projecting?
It's probably easiest, I think, if you share your screen so you can narrate it, but either
Fantastic. Great. Just wanted to make sure. And wouldn't be a Zoom meeting if I didn't ask. Can you see this?
way. Yes.
Great. Fantastic. Thank you, Chair and members of the board. My name is Cassandra, and I support government and community relations at HIP Camp. I know it's a very busy time, so thank you for having me here today to talk about low-impact camping on private land. I'll start just with a quick outline of how we'll spend the next 10 minutes or so together. I want to start by sharing some context on the outdoor recreation industry. I'll introduce you to HIP Camp so you know where we're coming from in this conversation, share information about the recently passed California Assembly Bill 518, share examples of relevant county regulations that may be helpful in Tuolumne, and share some economic impact data that may be of interest as well. So jumping right in here, the outdoor recreation industry and demand for new places to get outside is growing in the United States. The record participation we saw last year, which is more than 181 million people participating in outdoor recreation, is more than half of the U.S. population, and it represents 10 consecutive years of growth in the outdoor recreation participant base. I don't think this growth will surprise anyone in this room. Nowhere has demand for outdoor recreation been felt more acutely than in California, where campsites at popular destinations like Yosemite fill up many months in advance, and affordable visitor accommodations are often scarce. This record participation has also meant record economic output in the United States. The outdoor recreation industry generated more than $1.2 trillion in economic output last year. And California continues to be the clear leader in this space, with more jobs in the outdoor industry and more people getting outside than in any other state, which is fantastic. HIP Camp's mission is to get more people outside. We want more people in the outdoors and connecting with nature because we know that outdoor recreation has the power to drive sustainable economic growth while protecting and growing access to the benefits of the outdoors for everyone. But the volume of campers is affecting the experience and it's impacting the environment. And we aren't positioned to benefit fully from the influx of new campers and recreationalists into this space. It is hard to get reservations, campgrounds and trailheads are more crowded than ever, and the demand for the outdoors, specifically for camping, is outpacing the infrastructure we have to support it. We need solutions. And HIP Camp can be one. We are the #1 app to find and book campsites. We partner with private landowners to create and advertise new and unique places for people to stay, camp, and get outside. From traditional private campgrounds and RV parks to farm stays, low-impact tent and RV sites, cabins, camping structures like yurts and canvas tents. The sites that are listed on our platform are located on working ranches, on small family farms, on state land, property that is owned and managed by land trusts. There is something for everyone on our platform. And we work with landowners in all 50 states, Canada, Australia, and the United Kingdom. It's a model you're likely already pretty familiar with. Landowners sign up with our platform as hosts. They create an online profile for their property that shows the area available for campers who sign up with HipCamp, search by location, and book on our website or mobile app. Hosts have full control of their availability and pricing. They're able to collect applicable taxes. They're paid weekly for the stays booked through our platform. It's free to list, and we take a commission that covers liability insurance, property protection, credit card transaction fees, marketing, 24/7 support. We also offer tools from calendar management for people who list across multiple platforms to a fireban tool that integrates with the National Weather Service and sends alerts and notifications out automatically to campers and landowners. More than half of the landowners we work with globally are welcoming campers to working lands, farms, ranches, wineries, and they use our platform for what we call camping-based agritourism. For them and for many others, camping is a critical source of revenue. It's a tool that they're using to generate supplemental income, pay property taxes, make mortgage payments, make ends meet on fixed income, and keep small businesses economically viable. And we're really just getting started. Camper demand for low-impact camping is high across the state and growing. The blue on this map shows the highest end of demand. Camping on private land, rural recreation, low-impact camping, on-farm camping, whatever you want to call it, is filling a real consumer need for more places and more private places to camp in California. It's driving real economic impact for individual landowners and economic growth in rural communities. But what we've learned along the way is that regulations haven't kept pace. Landowners experience this when they try to host a campsite or two on their property. It gets complicated very quickly, in part because historically we haven't had a good way in California of differentiating between a campground and a small number of campsites. Regulations typically account for free camping, large traditional commercial campgrounds, or short-term rentals, leaving smaller scale activities in a bit of a gray area. But that is changing. California Assembly Bill 518, the Low Impact Camping Areas Act, which passed in October, is a policy that's aimed at streamlining duplicative regulations at the state level in California that have historically prevented rural and agricultural landowners from being able to afford to welcome a small number of campers to their properties. It defines and creates standards for a new category of camping, low-impact camping areas, and it differentiates smaller scale camping from those large-scale commercial campgrounds and RV parks. So if camping areas can meet this new state definition for low-impact camping, and they exist within a county that authorizes low-impact camping, then those camping areas only need local permissions and are exempted from additional state permitting. And that matters because before this legislation, if you wanted to have more than one campsite, you needed a state permit from California's Department of Housing and Community Development, on top of whatever local permits and approvals were required. So landowners hosting a small number of campsites were covered by the same law that applies to what you see here, and they were subject to infrastructure and development requirements that can take years to comply with and cost tens of thousands in construction and permitting costs. Those requirements were things like floodlighting, paved roads, built and gendered bathhouses in some cases, infrastructure that makes a lot of sense for a 200-site RV park, but less sense for 4 campsites on 100 acres. So counties, organizations, and individual landowners asked us, HipCamp, to take this issue to the state and try to streamline the process for small-scale camping. And this year, AB 518 passed with overwhelming bipartisan support. So now there is a category of camping at the state level for low-impact camping areas, like what you see here. And landowners that want to host a small number of campsites and have obtained local approval don't need to pursue additional state permits that were better suited for those larger operations on commercially zoned properties than they were for, say, a single campsite on a working farm. A big coalition came together to pass this legislation because it solves a problem that counties, land trusts, individual landowners were running into. It streamlines permitting, affirms local control, supports economic development, and expands outdoor access. And a low-impact camping area, as defined by the state, is setting the floor, something that counties can now build on. So the state defines these camping areas as no more than 9 sites, only 4 of which can be occupied by RVs at one time. They have to be located on properties that are at least 2 acres, and you can't have more than 1 campsite per acre. So if you're on 2 acres, you can have 2 campsites. If you're on 9 acres, you can have 9 sites. If you're on 900 acres, you can have 9 sites. There are some other standards in place at the state level. So no on-street parking is allowed. Properties cannot be located in urban or suburban areas. Manager or operator has to be available 24/7. And these sites have to comply with all local regulations, including those that cover the disposal of trash, human waste, fire safety, and noise management. The state also stipulates that they can't be rented for more than 14 consecutive nights per camper, and that each camper can't exceed more than 28 nights per calendar year at the same property. That is in place to make sure this use is recreational. It's visitor use. It's not to be used for long-term stays. And in California, there are actually already a lot of local regulations that address rural recreation, camping-based agritourism, small-scale camping. These are just a few examples, but before this state legislation, even if a county had their own standards in place for, say, 2 campsites on a farm, a landowner would still need to go to the state and make sure they were meeting those infrastructure requirements, which were actually sometimes in conflict. So now, if a county has a low-impact camping ordinance, local approval is the only approval needed. And these are just a handful of examples, not an exhaustive list, but rural recreation and camping is what San Luis Obispo calls it. Agri-nature tourism is what Tehama County calls it. Low-intensity camping is the name it goes by in Nevada County. They're really all talking about the same thing. They're talking about camping areas that allow for less intensive recreational camping on private land and that require less infrastructure, generate less traffic, and have less on-site development than traditional commercial camping uses. So now, interested counties can opt into the exemption created by AB 518. The state's language, as I said, sets the floor, so counties can adopt this language as is, or they can introduce their own standards on top of it. But they do need to do one or the other for local landowners to benefit. Every county is going to do it a bit differently, so I'll share just 2 examples. But it's great that there's a foundation at the state now for low-impact camping, so nobody is needing to reinvent the wheel. So I'll share now just 2 examples of how counties are thinking about this locally. One is San Benito County. The relevant ordinance is called low-impact camping, and it includes a lot of the same standards as the state legislation. So 1 campsite per acre, up to 9 campsites, sanitation facilities that have to be fully self-contained or connected to a permitted sewage disposal system, no on-street parking, and on-site operator available 24/7. But they also implemented their own requirements on top of the foundation set by the state. So they set a unique occupancy requirement, 6 campers per site maximum. They have their own setback standards, 100 feet from property lines at least, and they have their own standards in place for fire safety. So in San Benito County, there can only be 1 communal wood-burning fire pit for all campsites within a low-impact camping area, and it has to be managed by the property owner. So there are limits on how big the pits can be, where they're located, and there are requirements for what extinguishment is required on site as well. And when it comes to permitting, the county has a requirement for a business license and a TOT certificate. So that's how 1 county has chosen to implement this state bill locally. And I'll share just one more example. I know I am standing between you and lunch, so I won't take too much longer. But in Santa Barbara County, the low-impact camping language can be found within their agricultural enterprise ordinance, and they have some unique standards as well. So just to give you a sense of how folks are localizing this, they have a zoning restriction. They have different occupancy standards than San Benito. They allow for up to 8 campers and 2 vehicles per site. And they have more detailed setback requirements. So 100 feet from a lot line, the same as San Benito, 400 feet from existing off-site residences, something a little different, and 200 feet from food crops that if that land has been cultivated with some recency. So they've really localized this language. They also have an on-site supervision requirement, so someone needs to be physically present on the property, not required by state law, something that counties can determine for themselves. I will also say that they have a tiered permitting system in place, which runs from zoning clearance to a conditional use permit, depending on property size and the intensity of use. A big reason for that is Santa Barbara wanted flexibility. They didn't want it to be prohibitively expensive to try hosting a single campsite on a farm, and they didn't want a landowner to have to commit to doing it forever just to make back the cost of getting that site permitted. So they wanted to support agricultural operators who want and need to try new things, and they wanted to make it financially feasible for them to change their mind. So That's just one other example of an approach, not an exhaustive list. Many other counties have language in place that applies to these uses, but just wanted to share a couple of concrete examples of how counties are thinking about these activities and demonstrate how different they can be. My understanding is that Tuolumne doesn't currently have language in place for these uses. So Tuolumne County could adopt the state's language as is or build on it. And these are just a handful of categories we see other counties localize, as I've already shared examples in each of these buckets here. And I think, in Tuolumne County specifically, low impact camping can be a great and affordable option for visitors. It also generates revenue for local landowners. In the last 12 months, the average Hip Camp host in this area earned more than $10,000 hosting with Hip Camp, which is above the average for the state. It supports economic development throughout the county. Camping generates tax revenue, but we also know that Hip Campers spend more than $350 per person per trip when they use our platform. And this is a use that takes pressure off of public lands, off of booked out campgrounds, off of dispersed camping areas, by creating more camping options that are locally run and well managed. And I'll just end with an example of an economic impact study we conducted several years ago. We wanted to learn about economic activity supported by Hip Camp properties and Hip Camper spending in a number of counties. So we worked with an external firm to conduct an economic analysis. This is an example of the Mendocino County analysis. Mendocino County has been working to support low-impact camping on private land for the past few years. A very different county than Tuolumne, but they have a very well-established host community. So Earth Economics looked at how Hip Camper spending supports additional economic activity and how spending in one industry can translate to spending in related industries. And this is from a few years ago, so I imagine these numbers have changed and increased since then. But Earth Economics found that bookings at Hip Camp properties in this county contributed an additional $1.6 million in secondary spending annually. So I think the headline from this for us was that low impact camping can really positively impact the local economy. It can create jobs, it can support small businesses, and it can put money in the hands of local landowners, keeping tourism dollars in the community. So I will end it there. I'm happy to take any questions you may have. And I really appreciate the opportunity to have this conversation in Tuolumne County.
Sandra, thank you for the presentation. Really appreciate it. And I know we've seen you at the conferences as well. And I think it's a really interesting opportunity for economic development. Supervisor Kirk, this was your appointment added to the agenda there, if you want to kick off any comments or questions.
Sure. Yeah. Well, it was on the agenda, but Jaron, you actually brought this up, I think, a year and a half ago. Jaron and I had some conversations with Cassandra. Jaron's gotten busy during political campaign season and wasn't able to make a few of the meetings. So I just said, you know what, in wake of the budget and looking at my spreadsheet with items that could potentially bring in revenue, we got to have this conversation sooner than later. Today isn't about approving Hip Camp or approving an ordinance. It's bringing it before the board. We've had a few meetings. Jaron and I sat on. I've had another one or two more and just said, you know what, we need to bring this to the board, see if this is something that we are interested in putting in the future docket, because it is a revenue generator. It fits. I always come back to Yosemite. We're so close to Yosemite. Go to Pinecrest. I know we're not Highway 4, but go to Highway 4, go 108, go out into the woods during the summertime, and you will see hundreds of people out camping illegally all over the place. So we have that issue. It doesn't mean that Hip Camp's going to solve it, but we do have that issue. But right now, and I don't know if Burt Whistle has the numbers, but we do have people currently doing this and operating on this in this platform in Tuolumne County. So in one sense, it's economic development, but it's also going on. So do we want to turn a blind eye and not work with it and not work with property owners and create a mechanism for them to do it properly? And then also TOT. Cassandra, I might be wrong. I think the numbers were maybe 300,000 that it could bring in TOT-wise based on our projections. But that's why it's here. It fits well, I think, with Tuolumne County. It's happening. It can help our budget. It gives landowners opportunity to grow. When she said agritourism, I don't know if I think Supervisor Campbell was the only one on the board with me at that time, but then Quincy Yaley was encouraging our board to go to these agritourism events. I think Lisa and Visit Tuolumne, didn't you guys have agritourism? So it ties in properly. I do know that there has been not opposition. There was a nice letter sent in by some TUD and some other Groveland CSD, I went through the letter, and I didn't take it as opposition. I took it as there's some concerns, and we need to vet those concerns. I absolutely agree that we need to have further conversation. But what my intent today is real simple. I think we should put this on in a future agenda to flesh out, to go through those concerns, to have some public conversations and craft an ordinance and get this thing up and running as soon as we can, so we can benefit small businesses, be pro-business here in Tuolumne County, grow Tuolumne County, but then also, let that bless us in return with some TOT revenues. So that's it in a nutshell. And I don't have any questions, but my ask of the board is, I'm sure we could go on for hours with questions, but conceptually, do we like this idea? And if we do, let's make it happen in 2026.
Great. Supervisor Griefer?
No, thank you. I just want to make sure that we're clear that we're not asking questions today about this topic, that we are talking about bringing this back to the board at a future date.
What we have is a presentation item and board direction for potential implementation. So I would agree. I think we can keep it simple today. It is certainly within the scope of what we decide to do. So feel flexible, but I agree with you.
Well, I'm a fork in the road. I have a dozen questions. I have a lot of pushback in my community over this. So I don't want to charge down that path if we're going to bring this back. If we're not going to bring this back, if this is the moment now to make my case, I'll make it now. But I don't want to unless the board wishes to bring it back at a future date. So I'm looking for the board for guidance.
I'll say that my intent, and I think Supervisor Kirk's intent, is that this would come back as a future discussion of what it would actually look like. So to that end, yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of details to discuss later, not today. It's just whether we want to have that conversation or not. I think you had recommended March in your memo.
And I just know with the budget coming up, I don't know how long it would take to craft an ordinance. There's already a platform. I don't know how. I think we could knock it out in a long board meeting as far as hearing from the public, but my hope is that we could get something in place maybe for summertime recreation to start benefiting from some of the revenue. But yeah, absolutely. Today is not the day to ask the million questions. Jaron and I have been having these conversations on and off a year and a half, and with the budget being the way it is, and just me in my ADHD, like I hate just talking about something, spending time on something, and then just walking away because it's been a year and a half. Like we need to make a decision if we want to entertain this idea or not. And I would like to entertain it. If there's a majority who would, then let's bring it back. If not, then we got to, I don't want to waste my time any further.
Right.
I'm in support of bringing that back.
Go ahead, sorry.
Sorry, I'm in support of bringing that back.
Yeah, me too. I don't want to lose the opportunity to say the piece.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. And I think now that it's actually on the agenda and people are going to be hearing about it, like I'm now getting letters, like from Groveland CSC and from other people. I'm getting some pushback. I'm getting some support. So like we can start getting all that information now and prepare for another meeting.
Well, without usurping the chair's authority, why don't we have public comment and then we can make a motion to do such.
Yeah, and I think that's fine. I was only going to add my 2 cents into it. I hope when we do bring it back, I'm really interested in hearing about how do we expand this, and so specifically with Visit Tuolumne, get the awareness out. Areas where we've got a lot of hotels, this is an alternative. Areas like Columbia where there is a lack of lodging, yurts are a great alternative. So I'm interested in saying how can we get more of these going to produce more TOT. Stuart Campbell, do you have any before public comment? All right. Open up public comment on this item. I don't know if we're required to do public comment on this one, but we will. So this is, again, the HIP Camp presentation on low impact camping in Tuolumne County. Official policy, Rochambeau. No, I'm just kidding. Come on up.
You can take them.
Public count. Okay, hi.
Hi, welcome.
Hello. Hello, familiar faces. My name is Gwen G. I'm owner of the Squirrel Rock RV Campground in Columbia, and I wrote something here so I stay on track. We have been a HIP Camp host for 5 years and would not be able to operate without HIP Camp. Why do we do it? Because we like to camp, and we are campers ourselves. We create a unique campsite that is not seen from any road and gives our campers a private 3.3 acre of land surrounded by nature with their own gated entrance. We have one campsite that can accommodate 2 RVs. Campers can experience solitude and focus on their friends and family while being in their own fully self-contained RV, together with the comfort of electric and water hookups. Our site is fully graveled and with a hard-packed access road. We enjoy meeting and telling our campers about the area. Columbia State Historical Park and Railtown are the most popular. They venture to local attractions and enjoy many restaurants and businesses nearby. Our campsite was created from our many camping experiences across the states. Originally, our friends and family, we made that for them, and then we decided to use it by sharing it with Hip Camp to book the site when we weren't using it ourselves. Our guests have come from such places as Norway, Sweden, Switzerland, Germany, France, Denmark, Australia, Central Valley, Bay Area, even Nevada and other states. We enjoy meeting campers and like sharing our favorite local places with them. They often include their comments about the local places and the places they went to, and they write it up in our guest book. Our maximum stay is 7 nights, but typically campers come for 2 or 3 nights. Many of them come like the night before they go to Yosemite because Yosemite is so impacted that this is their jump off, their springboard. So campers leave the campsite in the same conditions when they arrive, clean and untouched. We ask that the board support low-impact camping on private lands with a simple and easy process so that we can continue operating in our current way. Having one site does not yield a large revenue stream, yet it does offset the increased costs for fire hardening, water, and electric bills. We created a fictitious business name and chose to be a member of the Visit Tuolumne, which is a valuable resource. We would support an ordinance that would allow Hip Camp to be recognized as a low-impact camping entity so that we can continue to offer our unique camping experience as an exemption from the Special Occupancy Parks Act. Respectfully submitted from me and Squirrel Rock Campground. So,
Great.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
If you have any questions, good to see you guys again.
See you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I like to consider myself a hip camper. Get it? Oh my gosh. I have been to hip camping facilities and have been to a number of campgrounds and support this type of camping strongly as an individual. Today I'm representing the management of your local utility districts, GCSD, Groveland Community Service District, Twain Harte Community Service District, TUD, and Jamestown Sanitary District, because we provide utility services and emergency response that would obviously be in some way related to many of these properties, if not all of them. I mean, they're all going to require some type of ready access emergency response, even if it's only one set of campers. They may be the one that we respond to, and that that has our emergency equipment in a dispersed location. Okay, that's not a good thing or a bad thing. It's just saying we need to have that consideration. We need to have that conversation early. This is the perfect timing. I really appreciate you bringing it up. It's a good conversation to have. This is a great project opportunity or initiative from a number of perspectives. In Groveland, we're doing everything that we can to support recreation and tourism and having people find their way in Groveland as they've arrived in Yosemite. You know, there's a lot of delays in the park, and we've got some great opportunities locally there to keep people there and have them walk the trails to downtown and the pharmacy and the post office and, you know, the medical facilities and everything. So our purpose is not to oppose this in any way. We really haven't looked into it that much. The main purpose is to make sure that we have a process where the local service providers are recognized and that we're at the table having conversations about, you know, what impacts might be, what needs are, where they are, and so that we can work all the details out to make sure that people, when they do camp here, are safe, and that they have safe drinking water and that they can properly dispose of their waste. So that's the main thing here. AB 518 does a great job of defining that, taking it out of that state role and putting it in your hands, putting it in your local hands on how you deal with that. It doesn't take away impacts to services. 518 doesn't say, hey, there's no impact to services, so you don't have to consider it. But that's what we're asking for, is to come to the table and have a conversation about it and hopefully get to the end result you want.
Great, thank you. Welcome back. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon now. Chelsea Lewandowski with CSERC. And I agree with most of HIP Campa's statements. California's counties are diverse. While this type of camping may work in some regions, in Tuolumne County it may not. HIP Camp presented the potential upsides to you of this type of camping, but we need to look beyond the marketing and examine the impacts of what in reality could be called unmanaged camping. First, the touted economic benefits. And I'm going to revise what I wrote before based upon some of the things that were said here. I understand maybe you have some numbers of what exactly this type of camping would provide, but HIP Camp promotes a huge variety of accommodations on their website, including luxury cabins and sites that can host hundreds of people at a time. If the figures presented today in the slide deck lumped in revenue from those type of bookings and those type of guests, the claimed economic benefits of this program are probably greatly exaggerated. Second, the risk of unmanaged camping are not. Many HIP Camp listings provide no sanitation facilities, telling guests simply to bring water in a camp toilet. That poses real hazards for campers and surrounding property owners. But increased fire risk is the most concerning issue. Allowing campfires without an owner or manager physically on site and not just being available by phone dramatically increases the chance of ignition. And we know all too well that one major wildfire will cost the county far more than a decade of any TOT revenue generated by this program. Further, allowing unmanaged camping could jeopardize fire insurance across the county for all homeowners, not just those who want to be camp hosts. But fire is just one example of the so-called low-impact sites can create high-impact problems. Unless your board requires an on-site manager 24/7, predictable conflicts will arise. Accidental trespassing, loud music and generators running late into the night, bright lights, unleashed dogs running loose. And all of that will fall onto the neighbors. We know the county already struggles to enforce existing ordinances. It'll be the neighbors that will be forced to endure the problems and conflicts. So given all of the risks and considering that our county already has an abundance of established campgrounds, a logical first step may be to study their capacity and vacancy levels. If most are full only on the holiday weekends or for just a few weeks in the summer, there's no justification for the county to accept so much additional risk. In short, this is not about opposing camping. It's about ensuring that recreation in our county is safe, responsible, and properly managed. I urge you to prioritize public safety and land stewardship as you consider this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Brandon and members of the board. I am here today just to encourage you to please move forward with having your, to establishing some sort of ordinance for HIP Camp and providing that framework for this ordinance for the property owners and for having that on-site management that Cassandra spoke about that is required by HIP Camp. With a good ordinance in place, HIP Camp is a platform that can provide some very proven benefits for Tuolumne County as seen in the other destinations that she gave examples of. I don't have to go through my bullet points. They've already been gone through for the most part. One of the things I love about HIP Camp is that it does provide a diversity of tourism offerings. And one of the things, the trends that we see that people like is living like a local. And I think HIP Camp does a great job of that, where you can invite people to stay on your farms or your ranches and experience our area like a local. And so I think that's a very cool piece of this, but please do move forward with talking about this more and visit Tuolumne County. We would be happy to be a part of those discussions. And we've built a relationship with Cassandra as well, and so we hope to see this move forward. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Do you have any additional public comment on this item? Going around, going once, going twice.
All right, seeing none, we will close public comment and bring it back to the board. If there are any final closing comments, I did hear that I think there's direction to direct staff maybe around March, but to bring back a discussion with more details into this. Supervisor Griefer, did I see you?
My only follow-up question, or not question or comment, is to what Supervisor Kirk stated, is that if we're aiming for July, right, June, July, then we need to work with our council to find out what our timelines are, right? We have to advertise an ordinance, we have to get that out. So I don't want us to all hurry up and rush and get this going, and then we don't hit our target because we didn't get this in the paper in time. So can we get clarification from staff on what the earliest we would have to get something decided if we're going to move forward into the paper for discussion, ratification, and acceptance?
Well, Supervisor, this would be a zoning ordinance. It would require a public hearing to actually adopt the ordinance, which I believe would require 10 days notice, and then it wouldn't go into effect until 30 days after the board adopts the ordinance. So building that time frame in. And if you wanted to come to the board and have a more, discussion to direct staff what you wanted to include in the ordinance, we want to build that in as well. With current staffing level in CDD and the county council's office, it is going to take some resources to get this done. So it'll be a matter of competing priorities, and I think coming back in early March would allow enough time to get something theoretically passed by July.
Okay, so if we were aiming for June, we'd have to have 30 days. So now we're in May, right? So we'd have to have this decided by
so
April.
I think between now and March, we could go back to our districts, hear from folks, hear what the concerns are, try and have a pretty substantive conversation in March.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with where we're going. I just want to make sure that if our target date is this, then we want to make sure that we have all of those things done before, because I don't want to say, hey, let's go, and then we have to wait 30 days.
So I think in March we could have that meeting and then give clear direction as far as how to craft the ordinance by.
Well, I think we would need before that, but I'll take March.
Okay. I'll take before that if we got openings in February. I mean, it sounds like there's a majority to get the ball rolling. So would February be better? Are we slamming February?
I would recommend we leave it because we don't know what's going to be on those agendas. I think the impression I'm getting is earlier in the year sounds good, but whatever makes sense. If it's fast, then we could do it in February. If it takes a little longer, it's a little longer. I don't know. We have to pick a month right now.
Well, I'm only saying pick a date is because this board historically likes to discuss things in length. So I want to make sure that we are not putting ourselves against a backdrop where if we have questions that we want to flesh out more, that we have the time to do such. So
I believe March gives us 3 months before, if we're aiming to see it at the end of June, past it's 3 months.
Well, it's not 3 months.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. It's not 3, right? Because it's still a month from the time we approve it, right? So we approve it we have to put it in the paper for 10 days, and then after we accept, then it's another 30 days. So if we're aiming for June 1st, right, then the month before that is now gone because we have to approve that, so we have to back that up. So
why don't we do end of February, and with a final approval date, we're ending for end of May, so it's up and running for June.
Yeah.
So that would be the thing.
Great. That's my direction too.
Okay.
Supervisor Campbell?
Make a couple comments. So I guess I'm not understanding the June. Are there efforts that are
just that's when camping. If people know a platform like this is coming online,
But if somebody wants to start a hip camp business, they would only be able to start in June, and so
right.
then,
The reality of it, new hip camp things are probably not going to go into place until the following year. But I think it's helpful to have a carrot at the end of the stick, which is summer starts in June. Otherwise, we're going to say, well, June doesn't really matter. Summer doesn't really matter. We'll push it off. And again, these conversations have been going on for a year and a half. So I think if we focus, and again, I appreciate Chelsea bringing up. It sounds like this is all revenue driven. It's not. It's because revenue would be amazing. It's a helpful piece, and that's another reason why I want to get it implemented if we're going to do it. But how many people are camping all over the place, and if I can bring relief to Pinecrest or Columbia or Yosemite or some of these areas, that's really what I'm going after. And I can understand with Leslie's property how you're thinking like, well, how are you guys going to enforce this if you can't enforce that? So just so you know, when you got up earlier, I sent an email to Roger like, what the heck, because that makes us look bad. So I hear what you're saying, but on that alone, the data shows that 90% of fire strikes start from roadside, chains. the rim fire was from somebody illegally camping, I believe, down in a canyon. So it's like the fire thing is a huge concern, but I think we can have this conversation and mitigate that, having somebody on 24/7. I mean, I just looked at the ladies' campsite in Columbia. Where are you in here? I mean, what an amazing job. It's beautiful. It's safe. You can't light that on fire if you tried. So thank you. We want to make you the poster child of how to do this. So
I know we're getting into details. Supervisor Campbell, I think your point was about why June. I share the same kind of question, because if we could do it in January and just start reading, I mean, if it's an easy adoption, I don't know how long.
And I did want to kind of highlight I've looked into this a lot over the years, and we've talked about it. It's come up to the board a number of times. And I think it's a really good concept. I agree with the comment about the revenue generation. I'm not that convinced that it's going to be a huge revenue generator, but that's not the only reason to do these kind of things. I think that there are I've long said that there's a lot of recreational opportunities particularly in the north side of Tuolumne County. We all know there's a lot in the south with the park, and then there's a lot around the Pinecrest area, but there are many, many other areas that are Forest Service land and that are adjacent to private property. It's very underutilized. And so I think there's a lot of opportunity there in areas that we might not necessarily think at the top of our head for these types of camps. But the one thing I would be looking for an answer for, and that I would have a little bit of a concern about, is once we allow these types of uses in these areas that are not aren't really set up for this type of the traffic and the amount of people coming in and out of these areas, what I've seen is when things like this come in, then there's a demand coming from the business owners who are trying to make their business successful. We need the roads to be done better. We need more resources, and so it becomes it almost counteracts any kind of revenue generation that there could be through TOT, because now that there's more commercial activity coming in there, it produces a greater strain on the pretty thin resources that exist in some of these communities that we're looking at. So I just want to be cognizant of that, and maybe we could build in the guardrails into whatever ordinance we create to avoid that the public resources already have to be in place first before the hip camps come in some of these places, because I just don't want to be stuck behind the 8 ball trying to fix things.
Right, which is exactly the plethora of comments and questions I would have had at the moment. And to kind of to your point, we had talked about a noise ordinance, right? This board decided not to move forward on a noise ordinance. Maybe now's the time to couple those together. You do a noise ordinance with this ordinance, and if you really. The biggest thing I hate about government is that we go, oh, this is great, and we do it, and then we fail to look downrange at the unintended consequences, right? And in my district, the fire is the biggest biggest issue. I know, and the county is a big issue. So how are we going to address fire? How are we going to address an emergency? I know of one hip camp right now where you cannot get a emergency vehicle to it. It's way down in the middle of a person's property, and it's way down there, right? I also know of one that's dumping dumping their sewage on the side of the road, right? Because there's no place to put it. So if we're going to do this, I want to make sure that we do it responsibly for the people. And I'm not money oriented when it comes to looking at revenue. If we're going to do that, then my other option would be then we possibly look at a business license. So if we're going to do that, we got to be responsible. And that's my whole thing is I just want to have a good, solid, open discussion about, do we want to do this? And if so, let's do it responsibly and protect not only the people, the county, and the environment.
And it's not to go too off track. I agree. We've had some discussions where we move something forward and then it's been pulled back. I think one of the issues is consistency on it. I know in those issues specifically for me, bringing the noise ordinance forward or even talking with the business license was trying to move that forward. And then it kind of comes up and we get, I think Supervisor Campbell's mentioned this before, we set a goal, seems good. We get a lot of people that then maybe it's 20 that are not happy, and then it doesn't end up kind of going through. And I think all the things you're bringing up are valid, because this could be a similar thing where it's a really cool concept. We want to move forward. We get 15 people or something that really don't like it, and then we end up spending a lot of time, and on a 2-3 vote, it doesn't go through. So I'll give my commitment that I think this is interesting, and we certainly should develop it.
But the issue is they're already doing it. Hip Camp is already doing it.
And I think these can be reported, because I don't know, maybe you could just clarify that.
I have a hotline. I think it's a little bat phone in my house, and I called Mr. Buttressel all the time, hey, I got another one, right? And so I'm not against it. I don't want to come off as being the guy who says, no, let's not do this. I just want to have an open discussion at a future date where we can cover all of these. And if the answer is no, we don't want to do this, then we stand in front of our constituents and say why we're not going to do it. And if we say yes, our constituents understand that we're doing it as safely and as responsible as possible.
So my apologies, because I think I started talking more when we were out of consensus. We're out of consensus to have that conversation. So
I
let's
think
do
so.
that. Sorry, guys.
I appreciate that. I think staff have direction from us too. I will file the complaint that I'm in my 6th year on the board. I don't yet have a county bat phone. So Roger, please look into that. I'd like one as well. So looking at the agenda, and Sandra, thank you for presenting. I really appreciate that. I think we'll be looking forward to having you back and future communications as well. We have 2 items left on our public agenda. Just looking at the time, it is 12:30. One of them I think will be pretty quick. That's item 21. That's going to be the RCRC and affiliates appointment. We do have the item 20, fiscal trends, 3-year budget outlook and projection. Supervisor Kirk, I know this is an item of particular importance to you. If we take lunch or go into close right now, we will have to reconvene the public section, and the financial presentation does affect a lot, so I know that people have to wait around. We could potentially table the item 20 to a later meeting, I think we have in December, and be able to have that where we have a little more time, do 21 really quickly, and then we won't have to reconvene for public.
I guess that's your call, but we don't have another meeting scheduled in December.
I was looking at the calendar, and they're all, it looks like every day and every Tuesday is booked up for it. But maybe that's just a placeholder. I don't know.
Yeah, there isn't another meeting scheduled in December.
I know that they've put in a lot of work, and unless it's mission critical, we could push it out until January. Push I'm getting the head nod, and
that would be
the text is about to hit me like, you jerk. Sat here all day. Not to put you on the spot. I mean, it's your call.
So that will be the only item we'd have to reconvene back public, or we can just hammer it out right now. Part of that will be how long do we think it might take to do this presentation and discussion. Yeah, I mean, this could be a short update, or this could be a 2 or 3 hour, what are we doing for the next 3 years financially? And that's not a bad conversation,
not
but
at all. I'm just saying
it will be long.
If it's not something we have to do today, then let's push it out till January. If it is something that we need to do today, then let's do it.
Roger?
I think we should have the presentation today, mostly because we need to have a discussion about fire. We're on some timelines with fire, and I think it's important for us to start those discussions now.
How long do we think the item might be for presentation and some of those discussions?
Well, 15-minute for presentation and
2 hours.
All right, so
2 hours.
So here's
just a reminder that we do have that 12 a.m. appointment with the recruiter. So 12 p.m. appointment.
That's right. Item
so
24, and so they're waiting on.
They're waiting on us now.
Okay, well, with that, let us go to let's recess to lunch. We can begin and read item 24. Do we want to have other items that we may work on through lunch, or
knock them all out?
Knock them all out. How about, what do you think, 24, 25? Let's see, actually, how about we just read all of our closed items? We'll see how many we get through. Is that fair? Okay. Nicole, can you read all of our closed session items, beginning with 22 to 32?
Item number 22, closed session, conference with real property negotiators, Authority Government Code, Section 54956.8, property 18250 Main Street, Jamestown, California, 95327. Agency negotiator, Liz Peterson, Deputy County Administrator, under negotiation, price and terms. Item number 23, closed session, conference with labor negotiators, Roger Root, Interim County Administrator, Liz Peterson, Deputy County Administrator, Karen McGettigan, Human Resources Director / Risk Manager, and Deb Schumann, Human Resources Manager, Authority Government Code, Section 54957.6, all bargaining units. Item number 24, closed session, Public Employee Appointment, Authority Government Code, 54957B1, County Council. Item number 25, closed session, Public Employee Appointment, Authority Government Code 54957B1, Community Development Director. Item number 26, closed session, Public Employee Appointment, Authority Government Code 54957B1, Director of Library and Recreation Services. Item number 27, closed session, Conference with Legal Counsel, Existing Litigation, Authority Government Code, Section 54956.9D1, Grant Hewlett versus County of Tuolumne et al., United States District Court, Eastern District of California, case number 123-CV-01217-HBK. Item number 28, closed session, Conference with Legal Counsel, Existing Litigation, Authority Government Code, Section 54956.9D1, Rose Leanne Bell versus Tuolumne County et al., Calaveras County Superior Court, case number 22-CV-46491. Item number 29, closed session, Conference with Legal Counsel, Existing Litigation, Authority Government Code, Section 54956.9D1, Lee Snow versus County of Tuolumne, Tuolumne County Superior Court, case number CV-65113. Item number 30, closed session, Conference with Legal Counsel, Existing Litigation, Authority Government Code, Section 54956.9D1, Jane Doe 7033 versus Tuolumne County et al., Tuolumne County Superior Court, case number CV-64763. Item number 31, closed session, Conference with Legal Counsel, Existing Litigation, Authority Government Code, Section 54956.9D1, Anthony Davis versus County of Tuolumne et al., United States District Court, Eastern District of California, case number 125-CV-00925-JLT-SAB. Item number 32, closed session, Conference with Legal Counsel, Anticipated Litigation, Government Code 54956.9D2, 1 case. See attached letter from County Council regarding the threat of litigation as required pursuant to Fowler versus City of Lafayette, 46 Cal, App 5th 360. Item number 33, closed session, Conference with Legal Counsel, Existing Litigation, Authority Government Code, Section 54956.9D1, Meadow Farmer versus County of Tuolumne et al., Tuolumne County Superior Court, case number CV-67557.
Okay, wonderful. Just to review, we're going to have items, I believe it's 19, no, sorry, not 19. 20 and 21 after we have our closed sessions and that. But for all of our closed sessions, if any members of the public would like to speak to these, please come forward. You'll be able to have 3 minutes. Going once, going twice. All right, with that, we're going to close comment on these items. I believe we will have an opportunity to report out if we need to, so we're going to recess into lunch. We have a number of items. Roger, Council, what do you think? Should we be doing it to 1:30 or just go to 2, since we have quite a lot on our closed session plate?
Well, I would recommend that we, what time is it? Let's go to 2, and we'll go through as many as we can, then come back at 2 to do the budget.
I agree. So we'll recess into lunch and reconvene the board at 2 o'clock. All right, we're reconvening the Board of Supervisors meeting. It's 2:29. Again, thank you for the patience. We've got a lot of closed session items. It was taking a little bit, so we're actually going to be reconvening after this to finish some of them. Looking to legal counsel for the report out.
Get that coming in just a minute as soon as Mr. Schmidt is here.
Good. Oh, here we go.
Oh,
What do you know? It's right in front of me.
It's right there.
The report out of closed session, item 31, closed session existing litigation. Supervisor Brandon moved and Supervisor Holland seconded. By a vote of 5-0, the board approved the county council to defend the county in the matter of Anthony Davis versus County of Tuolumne et al., United States District Court, Eastern District of California, case number 1:25 CV 00925 JLT SAB, a civil rights claim by an inmate in the county jail. The board approved submittal of the matter for determination of insurance coverage and tender of defense to PRISM, and the board approved a retainer agreement to Longyear, Lavra, and Cahill LLP to represent the county. What? Oh, okay. I was on a roll. Item 33, closed session existing litigation. Supervisor Brandon moved and Supervisor Holland seconded by a vote of 5-0. The board approved the county council to defend the county in the matter of Meadow Farmer versus County of Tuolumne et al. Tuolumne County Superior Court case CV 67557, personal injury action arising out of injury to a minor in a recreation program. The board approved submittal of the matter for determination of insurance coverage and tender of defense to PRISM, and the board approved a retainer agreement with Longyear, Lavra, Cahill LLP to represent the county. Okay. So with that, I believe we're going to be moving into what's the financial trends and 3-year projections. Would you mind reading the item?
Item number 20, presentation of the county's fiscal trends and 3-year budget outlook.
All right, good afternoon. Liz Peterson with the County Administrator's Office and Sean Cole with the County Administrator's Office. I do want to mention that we just had very slight changes to the presentation, just to the charts themselves. And so there are new copies of the presentation in the back. No numbers changed. Okay, so this financial trends and projections presentation, this is the 3rd time we've done this now. We're doing this at least annually, trying to get on sort of a semi-annual rotation for these. This is really just the opportunity to provide some data to your board on how things are trending in the budget, and then we look at future projections. I do want to highlight, too, the projections that we have today are the general fund, the sheriff fund, and the fire fund. I do want to mention that I was speaking to the HHSA director, Annie Hockett, and she is actually working with her team, and we will be putting together also a 3-year projection for those funds, the Health and Human Services Agency funds, specific to some of the impacts that we might see with HR1 and some other things that are coming down the pike for them. So just wanted to make you aware of that, and that will be coming probably to your board sometime early spring. All right, so in today's review, we're going to talk about revenues, we're going to talk about expenses, and then we're going to look at the 3-year budget outlook, as I mentioned, for the fire fund, sheriff fund, and the general fund. Okay, so first, revenues. When we look at the revenues for the county's budget, really revenues are broken into 2 main categories. General revenues, those are the ones that your board has discretion over, and then departmental revenues. Those are revenues that stay within a department, used specifically for department operations, and they cannot be moved around to other departments. So general revenues, as I mentioned, that's the revenue that the board has discretion over. Am I going to pass this to you? Are you doing this part? Great, sorry. Yeah. Okay, so this year in the fiscal year 25-26 budget, we're projecting just over $68 million in general discretionary revenues that your board can actually, make decisions on how to allocate. The 5 main sources of that revenue is property tax, sales tax, transient occupancy tax, or TOT, A87 charges, and then payment in lieu of taxes, or PILT.
Do you mind defining A87s really quickly?
Yeah, so A87 is an internal charge that is charged to non-general fund departments for the cost of general fund internal services such as HR, county council, county administrator's office, IT, facilities, treasurer, auditor. Did I miss anybody? I think that's generally it.
Thank you.
So as I said, that, and we're going to talk a little bit more about A87 in a little bit. The general revenues are budgeted in the general fund, and they are used for sheriff, fire, and general fund department operations. That's also any debt payments that we pay comes from the general revenues. Also, any capital improvements or deferred maintenance projects come from general revenues, as well as any maintenance of effort that we're required to put forward in order to pull down other funds. An example of that is for SB1, the gas tax. The board contributes $775,000 of general revenues to be able to pull down SB1 funds. Okay. I keep trying to pass it off to Sean. He doesn't want to take it. Just kidding. Okay, so as I mentioned, the 5 main sources of general revenues are property tax, sales tax, TOT, A87, and PILT. So you can see there we have what we're projecting in the adopted budget. And so that's 95% of all the general revenues come from those 5 sources. The other $3.7 million is 23 other categories. There's a variety of little sources of franchise fees and a handful of other things, but you can see the 5 main sources of those taxes.
So now what we want to do is just break down these five, just kind of more of a narrative, more of an explanation on where they've been, and where we think they're going as well. So the first one is property tax, and so we're projecting 4.17% growth this fiscal year. Last year the actual was 4.31%, so just a very small decline from last year. And the property tax growth is relatively stable. So when you see the graph coming up, you'll see that it's pretty steady. Of course, it's by far the biggest of these five. So even a small, 1 or 2% difference can make a sizable difference in the amount of money coming in. But at least the growth is relatively stable. On sales tax, we're projecting a 2% decrease this year. Last year there was a 2.5% growth in it, but the previous 2 years before that, saw basically no change and then a 5.7% decrease. So the current sales tax is still lower than in 2022, and long-term growth is seen as very muted. So we did forecast, I would say, conservatively for this year because of how muted the growth has been. But somewhere between 6.6, 6.7 million seems like where it'll end up this year. But it's just not been a factor for the last couple of years. TOT, projecting 4% growth this year. Last year, it was 4.66% growth, so just a little bit lower. And we are projecting over the next 2 years about $1.7 million in future development. So this is Terra V and under Canvas. As they come online, you do notice a sizable jump in TOT. So that's something that we really watch with our TOT forecast, is which projects are coming online. With A87 this year, there's going to be a 4.36% decrease. And this has been the biggest change, I would say, of these five versus the previous 3 or 4 years. So from fiscal year 22 to 25, the previous 4 years, there was an increase in this of 222%, or about $5.2 million. So this was a significant contribution to the general revenues cost center that came in. And a lot of times people didn't really notice that. But our people in public works, just say they were definitely noticing that because their budgets kept on being hit by these rising 87 costs. But that was something that really helped the general revenues portion. And now that has gone away, and we're actually projecting that because the general fund is now shrinking, that amount will be going down over the next couple of years for sure. So it's something that helps the non-general fund departments, but in terms of the general revenues cost center, that is an impact there. And then for PILT, so PILT is the payment in lieu of taxes. This is something that Congress gives counties that have federal land where we can't collect property taxes, basically a form of compensation. Also, our local services help those federal lands as well. And so this is something that Congress decides on. And the previous 3 years, we projected 4% this year. The previous 3 years was, 3, 7.8, 3.6. So it is, we don't exactly know, it is unpredictable. You'll see in the graph, it's, I guess, gotten somewhat more predictable. So on the next slide, we just wanted to go more into the details, these next slides. So property tax growth, as you can see, going up there, pretty steady. And if you look at the numbers on the right, it's 4, 6, 5. That's pretty much where it's been. It's during the Great Recession there, as you can see, we didn't turn positive again until 2014 in property tax. So when there is a significant recession, it can take quite a while for the market to bottom out and then for prices to start going up again. But right now we're in that 4 to 5% area. And then in sales tax, you can see just the muted growth since 2022. It's just been very flat. In terms of those big jumps in previous years, we don't have a exact reason for it. We think in 2021, for instance, the COVID money that was coming in, the stimulus checks, that could have played a role. Also, new retail establishments opening up, things like that. But we do think the growth of online sales, where the sales tax goes to the counties where the distribution centers are, is also helping to mute the growth in sales tax for our county. And then for TOT, this is also very narrative driven. So for instance, you see 2020, the drop there when Yosemite was shut down because of COVID, and then it coming back up again in 2021. And then 2022, we see the tax measure passing that increased TOT from 10 to 12%. So we saw a big jump, 51% that year. And then the next 2 years, we saw Firefall open up, maybe another one, resort. And so that helped. And we had really good growth, 10%, 12%. And then last year, we went down to 4.6%. We think on an average year when there's no resorts opening up, probably the natural growth is 5 to 6% is what you would see. So we have to see this year with, we know, for instance, there's a new fee on foreign visitors coming in. I think it's like at least $100 a person. So things like that we watch to kind of see what the impact will be for TOT. And then for 87, you can see this really big jump from 2022 to 2025, getting over $5 million. And you can see even with the percentage growth rates, 2023, 60%, then 40, then 42. So very large jumps. But this year it's down 4%, and then probably continuing a decline after that. And we also want to show where this 87 money is coming from. So you see it coming into general revenues, but what departments are actually being charged, what funds are being charged. And so, like, for instance, with roads, you see this past year they were charged $1.8 million. 2020 it was $440,000. So that's, about $1.4 million extra dollars compared to 2020 that they had a less amount to spend on roads or other things like that. County fire, $421,000. Public health, $696,000. Just some of the bigger ones, so behavioral health, social services, over $1 million each. And then the internal service funds as well, those are being charged $1.4 million in total. So it went from 2.9 up to 7.6 there. And then PILT, payment in lieu of taxes, you can see kind of in the middle there in the 2010s, there was this kind of up and down, but since then it's been somewhat consistent, 3, 7, 3, something like that. But it does continue to go up, which is good. And then overall total general revenues growth, you can see the previous 4 years were very, very similar. So it was about 7% for each of those years. This year that's gone all the way down to 1.7%, and the decline in 87 is definitely a big part of that. Why it's no longer growing by this huge amount, but it's actually going down. So that is a big difference this year compared to previous years. So you're next.
Great. Okay, now we're going to switch gears to departmental revenues. So as I mentioned, these are fees for service, specific allocations that go to a specific department, and those help cover the cost of a department's operations. So this is just focusing on the general fund. Again, this does not include sheriff. This does not include fire. We're just talking general fund at this point. So this is their departmental revenue growth from 2019. And this includes like grants and state and federal revenue allocations. It's really tricky with the way that we account for grants. It's challenging at times to distinguish the difference between what might be just normal departmental revenue and a grant, but we're doing the best we can to pull out the data, because grants are going to show maybe a big spike in a department's budget, for a year or two, and then that would go away. So we're trying to get kind of to a truer perspective. So you can see the growth there in departmental revenues. It's been pretty high. Definitely this in 2026 it was quite high. But when you take away the grants and state and federal allocations, so as much as we could on the revenue side, it's actually easier to try to parse some of that out. You can see that there's generally about a 5% increase or 5% growth for departmental revenues overall. Okay, now switching gears to expenses. We have two main buckets when we look at expenses. We look at salaries and benefits and services and supplies. There are others, and we're going to talk a little bit about that. But for like a department or certainly for a fund, those are the two kind of main sources of expenses. And so looking first at the general fund and salaries and benefits. So this is just regular salaries. So this doesn't include any kind of benefits on this chart. It doesn't include, health insurance or PERS or anything like that. You can see we have what we budgeted and then the actuals. And we wanted to show this the variance between the two, because as you know, we run a vacancy rate, and Karen, our HR director, mentioned that we're around a 16% average. At times we've been up to 20%. But, 16% is kind of a good average of a vacancy rate. And so that's the big reason why we have a budgeted number, but then that's less than actuals. And that's really important when we look at how we're projecting for what we think the growth will be. And it's also really important just to know that, you can look at, say, the average annual increase for those kind of 22, 23, and 24. That's when there were some cost of living adjustments that were assigned to some bargaining units. But when you pull those out, the average annual increase for salaries only is less than 1% in the general fund. So, again, that's just regular salaries. When you add in salaries and benefits, and then you pull those 3 years out, you can see the average annual increase is just about 2%, a little over 2%. And that includes, benefits includes things like workers' compensation, our PERS fixed payment that continues to go up. And just a reminder there that when we reduce the workforce, those costs don't go away. They still remain, our PERS fixed payment, that doesn't adjust when we reduce the workforce as we did this last year. And again, I just want to note that the difference between the number that's budgeted and then our actuals is because of our vacancy rate. All right, so then switching gears to the other big bucket of expenses is services and supplies. And so these are where we budget for things like expenses to operate, like liability insurance, utilities, rent, software. So this is, again, just the general fund, services and supplies. This does include expenses from grants and state and federal revenues and allocations, and this one is particularly challenging to try to pull out those grants. And so when we look at how we did the projection for services and supplies, when we get in the next couple of slides, you'll see kind of how we came up with the number that we did. But so all this to say is these numbers are a bit inflated from reality because this includes grants. So when a department gets, say, $1 million for a grant, some of that money gets budgeted in salaries and benefits. Some of it gets budgeted, say, in training and travel because maybe a portion of the grant is a training component. And so that's very challenging to pull out, to really kind of separate what's like normal operations and what's maybe grant funded within a department if it's not like in the grant fund itself. Okay, and then the other big thing that we talk about with expenses is transfers out. And so these are budgeted in the general fund, but then they get transferred out to other funds. And you're familiar with these, I know. So in total this year in the adopted budget, we're at just under $36 million of transfers out. The top kind of section there are the ones that are required maintenance of effort or pass-throughs. And so we've got that $775,000 I mentioned for roads to be able to pull down SB1 funding. We've got some that we give to the ambulance fund, and then the behavioral health, public health, and social services. Those are required because of realignment that we give to them, and those are maintenances of effort as well. And then the second section is really the ones where your board has some discretion over. You're not required by law to have a certain amount, say. And so this year in the adopted budget, you transferred out $26 million to the sheriff fund, the newly created sheriff fund. You transferred just about $3.2 million to county fire. $700,000 for county capital, $313,000 for liability. That chip seal machine that you bought, $362,000 that got transferred to roads, and then a little bit to the Pine Mountain Lake Airport. This is not including the property tax situation. This is the part just to make that fund balance. So in total, that's about $36 million that is transferred out of the general fund into other funds. Okay, so the last part of our presentation is we're going to switch to our budget outlooks, our 3-year budget outlook. So first we're going to talk about kind of the factors that we, in putting these projections together. So we are projecting for the general revenues, those taxes, property tax, sales tax, COT, A87, PILT, and some of the others, we're projecting a 4% increase for each year. You can, refer to the presentation or the parts of the slides that Sean talked about that the reasons why we got there to the 4%. We are also projecting a reduction in A87. That's in part why we're projecting 4% and say not like 5 or 6, which is historic averages, but we know A87 is going to go down, and A87, the increases have been a huge reason why general revenues have increased, so we need to plan for that. And then we also are projecting some increased TOT revenue because of new development we're anticipating in 27-28 and 28-29. Departmental revenues, we also are projecting an increase annually by about 5%, and that, again, is based on historic trends, excluding grants. On the expense side, when we put the projections together, these are the factors that we included. So all allocated positions are budgeted for, and this has been a consistent practice that we budget for them starting July 1st, including all vacant positions. So we do not include a vacancy factor now. We have in the past. It's at some times included a vacancy factor, and that's really to account for what we anticipate or likely assume will be some vacancies. We've done this in public safety departments. We are no longer doing that, so all positions are budgeted for starting July 1st. The salaries and benefits, we have projected that those would increase by 2% in the general fund because that is the historic information that we have as far as the actuals when there are no compensation adjustments. And in the projection, there are no compensation adjustments except for the increase to the cafeteria that your board has approved for those unions in the last couple months or last couple meetings. We are projecting services and supplies also to increase by 5%, and that's to be consistent with the departmental revenues that we think are increasing by 5%. It's pretty consistent with historic information as we can, if we best we can, pull out the grants. We are also assuming that debt service will remain constant. Your board will not take on additional debt. That's what that means. And then the transfers out, those won't really change except for, so the maintenances of effort will remain, except there will be a 5% growth to the sheriff's transfer out and a 5% growth to county fire transfer out. And that 5% comes from historic information, from the actuals that we have of the net county cost increases to the sheriff cost centers over the last 6 years. It's about 5%, again, when you look at those years specifically that do not include compensation adjustments. And then county fire, the same thing. It's a little trickier to look at the county fire transfers out because things have adjusted over the years as the contract has adjusted. But the contract with CAL FIRE increases by 5% each year, and so the 5% is also a pretty consistent and safe number. This also assumes that fund balance is only used for the things that your board chose to use for it this year, which is contingencies, refunding contingencies, capital improvements, the elevator repayment, and then the reserves payment of $500,000. So contingencies would be unused and they would roll forward. Likely fund balance will be more than what we have in our projection, and then that's at that point where your board can add to contingencies or, you purchased a chip seal machine this year with fund balance, so then your board will have discretion on other things. Yes.
Great, Liz, thank you. And I just wanted to check, it is 2:53 in case you might have anybody that needs to leave early that wanted to provide comment, to clear some of our staff. Would it be appropriate now to take a break where we're able to have some of the staff be able to comment? Just in case, again, this is for anybody that may need to leave. I know that there's at least one who has a 3 o'clock that's a hard deadline. Thank you. We're doing the best we can with a pretty loaded agenda today, so thanks for your patience, Chief.
You're doing fantastic. I appreciate it. Nick Cashy, I'm your fire chief for County Fire and CAL FIRE TCU. So coming up prior to this slide being talked about is a little premature, maybe a little awkward, but it's going to generate some questions from your board I've been interacting with you folks on prior to this meeting, specific to fiscal year 26-27 and the cost of fire protection. So one thing, when Liz said that the cost goes up 5% with the contract, that is the contractual obligation or the contractual cost, but again, we're coming in under that every year, so I just want to make sure there's context there. It doesn't generally just go up 5% guaranteed. It's budgeted that way when you approve the multi-year contract. So for us, as we look into next year and we look at the SAFER grant fully going away this March, in which you paid 3 months of that to keep us whole for this current fiscal year, we're going to be going into a general fund contribution of $5.6 million roughly. I submitted a letter to your board chair, as well as the CAO outlining CAL FIRE's concerns about the county's ability to pay that difference going into the future and maintaining our staffing levels with a desire to have some dialogue on, one, the intent, and two, how that's going to maintain going into the future. So if there is a desire to adjust fire services going into next fiscal year, the soonest that could be done would be July 1 of 26, and we would have to start that process in January should there be any direction on adjusting our staffing levels. I want to make sure that's known. So for Nathan and I, our job is to come and give you information. You have the hard decision of where to spend the money, but we're never going to advocate against another department or try to tell you where you should spend the county money. We're just going to give you the information so that you can make those decisions. We don't think that it's very appropriate to try to take something from someone else to give to someone else. That's your decisions. But we have the information so you can make those. So with that, if there's any questions before I have to leave, and I apologize, and I do appreciate the opportunity to get up here.
Open up to the board real quick, just specific to this. Okay, with that, thank you. Liz, please continue.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So just to highlight some of the things that Chief Cashy mentioned. So, the big thing for the projections moving forward, of course, is the SAFER grant going away for next fiscal year. And so that transfer out, you can see that general fund line, while it was just about $3.2 million this fiscal year, it goes up to about $5.6 million for next fiscal year. The salaries and benefits increased by that 2% we referred to. The anticipated contract, and this is something that, I think we've talked about, I think your board is aware, we get, because we're under contract with CAL FIRE, we get a not to exceed amount for the contract for each fiscal year. We have not exceeded that. We have not come close to that contract amount, and so we have the last probably 5-ish, 6-ish years, we've started budgeting for less. We pulled up the data from 2020 on for the contract to see sort of where the actuals fall versus what the contract is, and so 77% is actually more sort of in line with where it's a little conservative, but it's in line with where we've been falling with the actuals versus the budget. Now that does include that there. Part of the reason why we don't get to the contract amount is because of vacancies. It also has to do with the staff benefit rate that changes at the state each year. Kind of that rate adjusts a little bit. We do not actually have any vacancies right now in County Fire, so that's good. But it also means that we could, bump a little bit higher to that contract amount. So we watch that closely. Nathan and I watch that closely. But we did, for the projection, look at the contract to be at 77%, and then services and supplies would also increase at 5% based on the information that we share. So you can see County Fire is not projecting any shortfall, and again, we budgeted it this way based on your board's priorities. And then moving to the next one, same situation. So the sheriff fund also is not projecting any shortfalls. I should have probably changed the estimated shortfall to say I don't know what, but there is no shortfall, as you can see. So again, same story. So we took the departmental revenue, increased that by an estimated 5% that we're projecting that we would see some growth. The general fund contribution would increase by that 5% that we referred to of those transfers out. The salaries and benefits, actually in the sheriff's office increased by about 5%, but of course that matches it's in line with the general fund and the departmental revenues, which is why you see just zeros, because everything is projected to increase by 5%, so, expenses and revenues. So it carries, so this one is relatively simple. And then lastly would be the general fund. So there's a lot of numbers here, but hopefully we can make some sense of it. So the departmental revenues, and I added that last column there to show the average percentage growth, which summarizes what we just talked about. So the departmental revenue, we're averaging a 5% growth. The general revenues, we're averaging a 4% growth, which with a little bit of extra for the new development that we're anticipating. On average, that's a 4.8% growth over the next 3 years. It's not 4.8% per year, but it is on average for the 3 years, 4.8% growth. Then looking at salaries and benefits, we're estimating 2% growth. Services and supplies, 5% growth, and then those transfers out. I said 5%, but really that's only for sheriff and fire. Things like the maintenances of effort wouldn't change, some of those others that go. Debt service, as I mentioned, wouldn't change. The capital deferred maintenance, that's the $500,000 that your board, put in this year. That's up to your board's discretion, and that is using fund balance. And then the elevator payment, as I mentioned, contingencies, that $1.2 million is 1% of the general fund, fire fund, and sheriff fund, because because sheriff and fire are dependent on the general fund. And so when we look at calculating contingencies, we felt like it was important to include those as well. And then funding reserves, $500,000 toward that payment. So that fund balance number, that $2.7 million, 2.8 almost, that funds the capital, elevator payment, contingencies, and reserves. So those bottom four. And that's it. Now, looking at historic information, we anticipate fund balance to be much higher than 2.7, and then that's where your board has discretion over what to do with that. It's just important to highlight that fund balance is not being used to operate for operations. In the past, when we've provided these presentations, we have utilized fund balance to 50% of the average fund balance. We've used that to help balance what we're looking at for our projections. We're not doing that this year. So you can see next year we're estimating about a $1.8 million shortfall for the general fund, about $120,000 for the next year, which is essentially no shortfall. And then things start to get into the black, $734,000, and then it continues to grow. And that's really because you can see on average for the next 3 years, our revenue is projected to grow by about 4.8% on the average for the 3 years, and our expenses are growing by about 4.5%. So our revenue is growing more than our expenses, just barely, but yes, that's the conclusion here, assuming that we can get through this next year. All right, so just as far as next steps, Shauna and I are also working on some budget policy updates that we hope to bring to your board for approval in February. We'll vet those through the Finance Committee, of course, first. We also will be bringing an in-depth PERS presentation to your board in February, and it is going to be real nerdy, and I'm really excited about it. We have a contract with a company who goes like deep dive into our specific unfunded liability, and then has some really good recommendations for your board on maybe how we should look at addressing those into the future. So we will be bringing him in February, and we have some really good data on Supervisor Brandon, some of the things you've been asking about, like our unfunded liabilities as far as like retirees versus current employees, and I think it's really going to be helpful for your board to make some informed decisions for the future. In March, you heard the CAO reference wanting to do like a county strategic initiative, and so we will fold that financial strategy as a part of that larger strategy conversation. And then, of course, we'll bring the recommended budget in June, and then the adopted budget in September. So that's what we have. Happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you. Appreciate the presentation. Hand it off to Supervisor Holland.
There's no more questions, huh? Okay. Can we go to the slide, the sales tax growth? Just a quick comment on that one. So I know we're budgeting -2. I'm not sure how we're getting to there. I think we should be at least be at flat, maybe. I mean, it's only $132,000, so it's not the end of the world. But looking at our history, I mean, we've never really been negative minus the when the Amazon ruling, whatever you want to call it, came out. So something we might want to revisit later, but just a comment on that. On the next one, on the TOT tax, I know we're budgeting 4% in the future, but when I look at all of our past trends, we're like the minimum is 7%. I know we do have that new resort coming online in March, I think, up in Groveland, under Canvas, I think, fancy camping or something. And I've heard Lisa mention some different numbers than what we're showing here, so maybe we can follow up on that, because it seems like that might be slightly higher, right? Unless you guys are thinking there's something else that's happening.
Yeah. Which one? What? Yeah. So the glamping under Canvas is for next fiscal year. That will not for 26, which is for this current fiscal year.
Don't they open this year?
Yeah, in April. Yeah, so 1/4 of this fiscal year would be for it. Yeah, but I mean, yeah.
Something, right?
Yep.
All right. Anyways, we can talk about that. Okay. Yep. On the A87 on the next slide, a lot of questions come up. What is it that all goes into this with these huge, like, when I'm looking at this over the past 5 years, it looks like a lot of the numbers are quadrupling in some departments, not all of them. what is it that's making up, because I've had some departments ask me, and I don't totally know, like, what's making up the 87? Why do some of them quadruple, some of them only double? Is it, are they calling the lawyers too much, or what are we?
Yeah, I mean, it does have to do with the use, with non-general fund departments' use of those internal general fund departments. I'll admit, our auditor controller manages the contract with a consultant to actually push these numbers together, and he has a better understanding of it than I do. But it's there's a lot of components that go into this. The size of the budget, the use of it, even things like the square footage of a department.
So is that more of a Donnie thing? Maybe we direct everyone to Donnie on this one?
Yeah, I mean, it's something that we've talked about a lot. We talked about it in budget team. We've talked about it in revenue team. It will be interesting to, I'm sorry, I have a lot of thoughts going through my head at the same time.
I don't want to distract Donnie from...
There's a lot of components to it, and I just want to say and acknowledge that the frustration from non-general fund departments over the years is very valid, which is why we put this slide on here to demonstrate, like, last year, this is $1.8 million of road funding that could have been paving roads or filling potholes or, doing a variety of things that went to A87. And it's not to say A87 is bad because, it's a normal, natural thing, but I think to get a better handle on it would be really helpful for the future. And one of the things we talked about in the budget team meeting just last week was how we can maybe better charge for it in a way that really demonstrates that this is revenue that comes to the internal departments that are providing these services, rather than sort of what we've looked at it as the past as kind of a slush fund general revenue that can go to sort of whatever, but maybe trying to budget for it in a more meaningful, intentional way that really demonstrates where it comes from and who it's paying for. So yeah, this is a large topic of conversation that I think there's more conversation to be had about.
I don't want to slow down Donnie on audits because that's the most important thing. But at some point, maybe you can put some stuff together, meet with the department heads like in our budget meeting, and have a better explanation. Because I think right now they all feel it's just this black hole of a number that we just fill in as needed.
Yep.
And there must be some kind of math or
there's
pseudoscience behind it or something.
It's very detailed spreadsheet.
Okay, so then when we go to the general fund department of revenue growth, that one right there. Sorry, I'm working off the old sheets here. Okay, I notice we have a 22% growth here. Why so high on this one?
Yeah, so again, that includes the grants.
Are we expecting some big grants? Is that...
Yeah, so this would include anything that departments budgeted for grants-wise. I mean, we have, our probation department got like a $2 million grant.
Okay.
So it's...
That's fine. So it's grants. That's fine. I just want to make sure I understand it. On this one, the general fund regular salaries only. I noticed at the beginning you said no numbers change, but $2 million got added onto this slide.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. I forgot about that one. Yes. That was Sean's catch.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So these numbers were taken from one solution, which the budget numbers continually get updated throughout the year. It goes from recommended to adopted to mid-year to year-end. And so these represented the year-end numbers, and they're almost always the same as the adopted budget numbers. But we noticed for last year there was a big difference because of the big mid-year cuts, and that we incorporated that into the year-end budget as well. So that's why 2024, 19, basically the same, but 25 was $1.5 million difference. So we wanted just to note that based on, the budget that was adopted in September, it was about $3 million. It was about, in this case, for the salaries only, it was $2.3 million difference, and that's how much was cut during the mid-year cuts. So that was the one number that was changed there.
Okay.
Yeah.
And my other part of that question is, so I know we have budgeted salaries and have actual salaries. If we're running a continuously 16% vacancy, like if we take last year's example, that should be $3.5 million. Shouldn't that actual salaries be $3.5 million lower if we have this consistent vacancy rate going on? And if you look back throughout all the years, they should all be $2.5, $3 million difference. I'm not seeing that. So what's happening there?
I mean, I think 16% is the average.
Correct.
Yeah, I think, I mean, I don't know why.
But in
why
theory,
we're not
right,
just
it should
seeing
be a,
Yeah, I get what
it
you're
should be
saying,
a
for sure.
16% lower number.
Yeah.
on
Yeah,
that.
and I think regular salaries maybe salaries and benefits is a better,
Well, it's the exact
That's
same
true.
thing, even if you add them both together.
yeah,
Same thing on the next slide,
Yeah.
still missing that 16%.
yeah.
So, okay, so we can figure that out. Why that's not showing up, or where that money is.
For salaries and benefits, workers' comp is a big part. That went down $1.4 million last year, this year compared to last year. And also PERS fixed is separate from the current workforce. And so the salaries and benefits number is a lot more than just the regular salaries. Whereas the salaries piece, that really is more of just the workers and their regular paychecks and all of that. So
No,
that's-
I agree with you. I'm just saying if we have a 60% average vacancy rate, 16% of 22 million is like $3.5 million roughly. So theoretically, that actual salary should be $3.5 million less than the 2.5, right? That should be sitting like at 19 million, not 20 million. I guess that's what I'm asking is when I look at this, I'm not seeing that between budget and actual for running a consistent vacancy, approximately vacancy rate. Shouldn't those numbers be showing up in there? Like, where's that money going?
Yeah, I mean, perhaps one of the things you might be wanting to get at is the vacancy factor that we've used in the past for our public safety departments. Is that perhaps
No.
what's in the back of your mind?
I'm just, because I'm assuming this is all the general fund departments.
Yeah.
And so if we just, right, I understand we budget for full staffing. We end up here, right?
Yeah.
So your budget is here, your actuals are here. Actual should be 16%-ish
Yeah.
lower
Yeah.
than what we started with.
Yeah.
I'm just asking.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think, you're going to have different pays for different employees and, but yeah, for sure, I get what you're saying. I think there's no, yeah.
May I throw out something too, that there may be a difference, that's an average of the total amount, whether it may be a lot of lower paid, lower end employees or relief employees that are vacant positions.
Could be.
And we might have a much higher tenure in manager positions that would really, skew that to only be 60% of what your estimate would be.
Yeah, it very well could. That's why I'm just asking. I just noticed some differences in it. So
Great question.
Okay, and then on our transfers out, I noticed. Okay, so for this year, we're going to be about 32,000 short in Pine Mountain Lake. The item we got pulled today about raising some of the fees and stuff, is that anticipated to close that gap? Do you know? Or Steve, do you know? Or somebody know?
I don't think it is. Part of the issue with the reason why the general fund has been contributing toward the Pine Mountain Lake Airport Fund is because of the structure, the nature of that type of airport, and then it's not eligible for a lot of the federal funding that, say, Columbia Airport is eligible for. And I will defer to Blossom to carry on the rest of the sentence.
The fee increases at Pine Mountain Lake are anticipated to raise about $500 a year extra. We have 5 county-owned hangars, and they are only about 1% to 2% below market. The main thing, like Liz said, is that we don't qualify for federal funding because of the access issues, which we are beginning to tackle.
Okay, that answers that question. Thank you, Blossom. I think I got one more. Sorry. Okay, factors on developing projections, expenses, that one. Okay, so when we're talking about the transfer outs, right? So transfer out, I'm assuming, is money out of the general fund into the
Other
sheriff,
funds.
the fire.
Other funds, yeah.
Other funds, whatever, specifically that one. So that's our net county cost, as we like to refer to it as? Because that's
The
what's
5%
coming.
growth here?
Well, just when we talk about transfers out, right? It's usually what we're taking out of the general fund and put in those.
Oh.
It's revenue they don't bring in, like the sheriff or the fire brings in like millions of dollars, whatever
Yeah.
their number is, 5 million or something, whatever it is.
10,
Sheriff
yeah.
brings in like 11 million. Okay.
Yeah.
So when I did some math, I got the sheriff at a 3.8% growth, but next year fire's going to grow 80%. I mean, that's like wildfire. And I understand because the Safer Grant's gone away, but
So the sheriff fund,
how do we have it
the
both
sheriff
at
fund, we
5?
have a solid 5%, and that's from previous data.
If I go $26,758,000 on your slide here to 26,758,000 whatever to 27,962. Math in my head says that's about 3.8%.
It should be 5, so.
Well, okay, we'll check on that. So, but then I do the same math on the fire fund. How is that 5%?
Yeah, so that's not, I think I explained that. So when the SAFER grant goes away, the general fund transfer out has to increase, and then the following 2 years, it increases by 5%.
Okay, but I'm saying though, for next year, we're going to increase by 80%, right? So we have a deficit of whatever that is, $2.5 million that we got to come up with that we weren't paying this year. We're going to have to pay next year.
Yeah, I mean, fire is funded this next year as far as the outlook goes.
Well,
but
it's funded by however you shove numbers in a spreadsheet, right? I mean, we still have to pay $2.5 million more to get it funded, correct? It's not a 5% growth next year. It's an 80%.
No, it's not. No.
Okay.
No, it's an increase. Yeah, in order to get them to be balanced for next year. Yeah, but if you look at the general fund shortfall that we're projecting, it's about a $1.8 million.
Okay, so if we're on there, if we have a beginning balance of $6.3 million, did we spend
Right here.
Yeah, did we spend $3 million or $2.5 million out of there? Because why is our beginning balance 6.3 and now we're down to 2.8?
So so this is just what we're projecting. I'm sorry, I'm using my mouse like you can see it. The fund balance there, that $2.8 million, that only reflects covering the cost of those bottom four expenses: capital, elevator, contingencies, and reserves. Because your board has been really clear that you don't want fund balance to pay for anything else. And so, yes, likely fund balance will be much higher than $2.8 million. And then at that point, your board can decide what you want to do with it. But I just think it's really important to note that nothing of fund balance is using to balance ongoing operations. So that's why we did sort of a net with the difference. Okay.
Right. I guess what I'm getting at is, are we spending from the 6.3 that we had beginning of this year, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Are we spending, was that $2.5 million out of there this year?
No, so
Because wouldn't that also be in the fund balance starting next year if we didn't spend it?
It could be, yeah. So it's in contingencies right now, that $4.3 million in that first column. So whatever is not spent of that, so you spent about $400,000 for the debris removal, and you spent, one other thing I think, but maybe.
If I may, we had a lot of options we discussed, and I think we opted for, like you said, these four plus the debris removal, which adds up to about the amount you're identifying as how to get from 6 to 2.8.
Okay.
Yeah,
I think this amount, and then the 2.8 was, let's wait before we talk about other allocations. If I'm
So whatever's left in contingencies, that 4.3, which now is about
Will roll
3.9
in. Okay.
because of the debris removal, that will roll forward. Exactly. So
Okay.
you're right. The fund balance will be, I can guarantee, well, I can't say it. I'm fairly positive that it will be greater than $2.8 million. But it's just
guarantee
important that we don't budget for that, right? And account and assume and then utilize that. That's what we've heard loud and clear from your board, that you don't want to assume that fund balance becomes a part of how we balance next year's budget.
Okay, and on the fire, our current contract runs out in Nate's year, I think in 27. Is that when it expires? Summer of
That's right.
27?
Yeah, June 30th.
So then going forward, have we factored in the fact that CAL FIRE I believe you guys have a 3.0 rule or something in there that's coming up, which is going to basically increase our cost by 40 to 50%. Have we factored any of that in there yet? I would say no, but.
yeah.
So 2 of our engines are already staffed at 3.0. 2 of our 5 are currently staffed at 3.0. And then we've talked to Chief Cashy, and Nathan can but he has sort of put a preliminary plan together that he spoke with us
Chief, please join us.
to kind of get us to the 3.0 for all of them.
Yeah, I know Nick had to leave. I didn't want to bug him with this because I know he had a time frame. So.
Hello, Nathan Gorham, Assistant Chief, Tuolumne County Fire. So to speak to that first question, as Liz is stating, 2 of your 5 engines are already at a 3.0 staffing model. That was attained through the SAFER grant positions, to answer that question. Now, as your contract cycle ends, June 30th of 2027, we would be prepared then to create a 5-year next contract cycle with a move toward 3.0 staffing. That's similar to what we just recently did with the Groveland Community Services District, by which time you will convert from approximately 36 positions on the floor that staff those 5 engines and have to add 9 more positions for a total of 45 positions in order to maintain 3O staffing.
And we have no choice under that, correct? Because that's a negotiation between the state and CAL FIRE unions,
That is correct. That all of our contracts in all the counties where we provide the cooperative agreements will move toward 3O staffing. We can, at the unit level, elect how far we build that out. And the furthest we can go is a 5-year plan toward moving it. That allows you time to create a plan, to fund it, and then implement.
So have you and Nick talked about, do you guys see a viable option in the current situation we have with the current budget? I know me and him have had quite a few conversations about this, so I don't want you to answer for him, but I'm sure you two have had a conversation about this. Do you see a viable option, the way things are sitting right now? Because I understand, you know, we had 2 stations prior to SAFER, which is a grant. The grant money is now going to be gone in 3 months, 4 months, something like that. So if we're going to keep all these grant-funded positions, that means we got to figure out how to come up and pay for this, right?
Yes, agreed. So in terms of the SAFER grant, it will expire on March 13th. By then, we will have expended the last of the $2.2 million in funding for that. In terms of getting there, first we're going to have to place a value on the fire department and see where the board wishes to invest the money on it. So do we want to get there? Absolutely. But that's going to need to be a commitment from the board to fund that.
Are most, I guess this is a conversation for later, but I think at some point, fire is obviously a big conversation we need to have. I think we need to put some kind of group together, have this conversation, because it is a looming problem out there that we need to solve. And doing nothing is not going to really resolve this. You know, it's just numbers, so we got to figure out how we're going to accomplish that and what it's going to look like, because we still have to fund raises, we got to fund everything else. We want to pave a road, anything else we want to do. You know, how are we going to balance this all? So, all right. Thanks, Nathan. That's all questions I got with this. Thanks.
Okay. And Supervisor Kirk?
All right. Well, take some of my questions out, so if they'll be a little quicker. Liz, could you guys go to slide number 4 real quick? And I don't know if you can do this for me, Liz, but like last night when I sent you that email about updating the charts, it would be really helpful, the suggestions I gave, if you guys could add that and then maybe shoot me this presentation updated, because I'd like to try and capture a template moving forward. We've kind of been talking about trends and projections for a few years, but I'd like to kind of keep the same model moving forward. Does that resonate with you guys? I mean, so I feel like the last couple of years we've been fine-tuning it, so we're getting closer. This is good, because I remember a few years ago it was going to be like 100 slides, and we got it to manageable, so thank you.
It was almost
Okay, so real quick, under the dollar sign, the percentage in change, do you know what the growth is? Because it's 68 versus 66. Was I at 1.7%?
Yep, right
Okay,
here.
could you guys add that to the
Yeah,
presentation
so
for later?
it's right here. It's in slide 13 at the
Oh,
bottom.
perfect. Okay, so let me write slide 13. Okay. One thing I did not see on here or anywhere else in the presentation, what about SRS?
Yeah, so SRS goes specifically to the road fund.
Okay.
So it's not discretionary for your board. Well, there's a little bit, there's like $7,500 that goes to fire, and then there's a little bit that goes to search and rescue, like 10 grand.
Okay, so SRS has no general fund
yeah.
impact?
Minimally. I
Okay.
mean, you know, and it's like for search and rescue, it's like if they get it, they get, you know, it's not like impacting, and I don't want to speak for you, but it's not like impacting your operations or whatever.
Okay.
Yeah, and then same with fire.
Right.
But yeah, it goes to roads almost exclusively.
Do you know how much goes to roads usually?
It's about 500,000 or so.
500,
right?
okay.
Yeah.
You don't need to add
Supervisor,
that.
just throw in, that has been, I think, just this week, maybe the last couple of days, reauthorized. That Sean mentioned, it did lapse for a while.
Yeah.
It may be a little different.
Okay. We spoke to it maybe a little bit with sales tax on slide number 6. I was scratching my head trying to understand TOT's up, but yet sales tax is down. But I think the chart kind of answered that. Maybe post-COVID, a lot of people went to online purchasing, and that's kind of the same theory you guys are coming to, just a lot more online sales. Because I would think with TOT going up, okay. there's no, I guess, hard explanation on that. But
Sales tax is the most volatile revenue source that we have in our, as far as, no, not volatile.
volatile, yeah, but now
unpredictable.
it's stagnant and going down
That's right.
for the first time.
Yeah,
And
I do think Supervisor Holland is correct. I think, and we talked about this, like we talk about all these revenues in our revenue team meeting, and we kind of get real nerdy about it, and with your auditor and your treasurer and your tax, or your assessor. And we did talk about that. We were probably a little conservative on our sales tax growth. We originally came with that 6.6 number before the books had closed. We decided to keep the 6.6 number even after the books had closed, just because we weren't quite sure, it's just, but as you can see, if we were to increase the growth a little bit, you're talking like $200,000.
Right.
It's not like a significant make or break.
I think, from my shoes, I'm just realizing that this, there was a long stretch from 2010 to 14 where it's pretty stagnant as well. Maybe we'll come out of it, but I just think with post-COVID and online world, I feel like that's going to be a continued trend.
Yep.
So, okay. Thanks for adding the charts on these. For slide number 9, can you guys add the charts for, we spoke about it a little bit, Mike brought it up, about 27, 28 with the new, developers coming online. I know we're only going out a couple years, but I don't know how often we're going to get development up to 120 quarter, and those are going to be big increases. Can we add that to this chart? What we anticipate TOT revenues to be once those come in?
Yeah,
Because they're coming in this
we
year,
have a
right?
separate internal chart with that. Yeah,
I think it would be good for decision, like to know what's coming. So we could add that
yeah.
maybe in a separate chart or add it here with 2 other lines with the, okay. Spoke about that. Okay, one other thing I noticed after slide 12, we didn't really have any conversation about debts, or maybe it's hidden in one of the charts. I know towards the end, when we have fund balance, a big part, and maybe that's part of our budget policy is debts and liabilities, but I don't see a projection, or I don't see any projection on debts and how much they are. There is one slide in here, or one chart in here. Let me see if I can find it. It's on slide 30, debt service, 2.5 million, 2.663, 2.6. Are those just payments?
That's right.
Okay, and at the end of 2028, 2029, is that debt service done?
No, that it's just because it's a 3-year projection, and
Okay.
no, but no, you're right. We had at the last time we presented this was in January, and we had a whole section on debts, and then in July before that we had done that too. We took it out because we felt like the crux of the conversation wasn't so much around like the future debt payments or whatever, but definitely we have all that data. We can definitely put it back in.
I personally think it would be helpful to just have a chart or 2 in here, just
sure.
big picture what our debts are. Let me see if there's any other questions. Kind of back to what Mike was talking, I was trying to do the math on slide 19, and he brought up the point of the 16%. For instance, so this is slide 19, on 2025, the 22.492 million, if the variance is 16%, that would mean that the variance column would be 3.598 million 827, which is a difference of over $1 million. Is that what you guys were discussing? Basically just applying that 16% to the variance? Okay. So sorry, I don't know where you guys landed on that because I was sitting here trying to do the math. So should we be updating that variance column? I mean, it's $1 million difference.
If I can say
Or am
something
I
about
missing
that, I think when I was looking at it and looking at, you got to take into account the vacancies and how much they're getting paid versus the higher wages. So there's a lot of lower wage vacancies in that 16%. So you're not going to see that full percentage on that variance because there are lower wages that are part of that vacancy.
Okay, so I'm just concerned that I just want to make sure I'm not leaving $1 million on the table.
Correct.
Because of that.
And I think the next slide, if you go to that one, that 3 million should actually, if you just did straight math at 16%, would be 6.1 million.
Right.
But once you start taking into account that a lot of those vacancies are at lower wages, you're not going to get that full 16%, that full wage savings of $6 million.
Okay.
And again,
go ahead.
Well, this is as I mentioned, like PERS and workers' comp, those kinds of things. Okay. Those are included in the benefits portion of salaries and benefits on this slide. That still stays when we have vacant positions.
So when you go back to like 19, 20, 21, 22, are those are solid numbers, correct? Looking backwards?
Real numbers, yeah.
So that's how we're, okay, so that's where we're coming up with the trend. Okay. So making sure, sorry, it's a dumb, obvious question,
No, it's
but
okay.
going through it as we go as well. That got answered. Coming to the end. Oh, you said it at the very end, Liz. And I've said this a couple times, I'd love to have one more chart in here where it shows big picture, revenues, all the money's coming in is what percentage, and expenditures is what percentage. Because at the end of it, you spoke to, I think you said that we were,
Right
was
here.
it positive 1.71%?
So I put it on this column here, this very last
Which
column.
one?
Yeah,
Hold on one second.
for the general fund.
3 year
So revenues are growing on average over the next 3 years. We're estimating 4.8%, and expenses on average
Thank you.
4.5%.
Okay, and that 0.5, that 0.3% is worth how much?
Yeah.
In 3 years.
Right,
Okay,
yeah,
there
so
we go.
it's-
Jeez. Okay. All right. It'd be great to have that on a graph.
Okay, and that's just an average, just so you know, because like Supervisor Holland referenced, for next fiscal year, we're projecting higher than 4.5% increases because of the
Because of
increase
the
that we
change
have
in
to give to-
practice with.
because we have to give more to fire to keep them balanced.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. All right. Thank you. That's it for me for right now.
Thanks.
So
Mine will
where's
be
Briefer?
relatively quick. The A87 charges?
Yeah.
So my understanding is those are, that's cost recovery, that's not revenue, correct?
That's
Do-
right, and
do you-
that's exactly the.
Are we using the same words interchangeably? Because I just want to make sure that.
Well, we are, but that you're exactly onto what we've been talking about lately. That like we need to start phrasing it as in cost recovery or reimbursement rather than revenue.
Because these are services that
That's right.
we are charging, or in this case, I'll pick on the attorneys. They are charging these funds X number of dollars to do a service.
That's right.
Okay. So, like for example, I'd be curious to know what $500,000 in roads from 24 to 25. Columbia Airport 47 to 83. Seems to be a lot of. Now, I'm not saying that's all attorney fees. Obviously, there's a lot of other fees, but I think it would be important that people understand that, yes, this isn't revenue. This is a service to do business. Why isn't Pine Mountain Lake on there?
They don't get charged at 87.
Is that because they're separate? I know they're an enterprise fund.
Yeah.
Not that I
think-
want to start charging Pine
No,
Mountain Lakes
yeah.
before I get ran out of
It's the same
town.
like
but-
with Groveland Ambulance doesn't get charged either.
So Pine Mountain Lake is staffed by Columbia staff, and so they pay a reimbursement to Columbia for the staffing,
Okay.
and then Columbia pays the A87s.
Okay, thank you. Because it just seems, I think that's something that we want to be, acutely aware of. These are independent funds, and obviously everybody knows that I'm not the math guy on the board, so it just seems there are some numbers and I think something that you said that, hit me was in 2025, $1.8 million in roads, that could have gone to paving roads, right? So, just something for us to look at as an organization. Chief, I caught you sleeping back there, huh? When you said that the SAFER grant raised 2 of the stations up to 3.0 staffing, when the SAFER grant runs out, does that drop back down to a 2.0?
No, again.
Hi.
Yeah, essentially, if the funding's not there to maintain the positions, we will end up losing positions.
Right. So going off of what you were saying earlier, I'm just following along, is that right now we don't know if the SAFER grant is going to get funded, correct?
Correct. I checked as recent as 11:30 this morning. There was no news.
And with that being said, if we have 3.0 staffing in 2 of the stations, and we as an organization have funded it till March, come March, if SAFER grant's not there, then those stations drop from 3.0 down to 2.0.
No, your board has funded all of the stations through.
Okay, that was kind of where I was
June 30th.
going with this. I want to make sure that when you said that we were going to be potentially adding on another 9 positions within the contract, I didn't know if that included those or not. So
Correct. And regardless of SAFER expenditure of those funds, we're still in a contractual agreement through June 30th of
Right.
2026 to maintain the positions.
Okay.
as was referenced in the October 13th letter.
Okay. Okay. I think that answered it. Thank you.
Sure.
That's it for me.
Supervisor Campbell?
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Liz and Sean, for putting this together. I think this is a really succinct, good illustration of what people need to know. So I wanted to start out with looking just kind of for context. So what was the estimated shortfall last year around this time?
Hold, please. We were, well, sorry. Let me go to a better place. Thank you for your patience. Right here, right. Yeah, we were anywhere between, this would have been for 25, 26, this current fiscal year, or do you want to know for 26, 27? Anywhere between 2.3 and $1.7 million.
Okay, so.
But I'm sorry, no, I'm sorry.
I thought it was more
and
than
then,
that.
yeah, it was, because that was the general fund. And
It
then
was about
also-
$4.5 million.
And then also fire, add-on, the fire fund would have been about $3.8 million. So in total, we were about 4.8, about 5.5 million.
Yeah.
Between 5.5 and 6.
Okay, so all right, that's even more than I remember. I was thinking about 4.5, but so you're saying between 5.5 and 6 million?
Yeah.
Okay, and that's with the SAFER grant calculated.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, and so
the
then
remainder of what the SAFER grant had left over, yeah.
and so then this shortfall, not this page, but the 1.8 million is inclusive of the SAFER grant that we have left, and then the portion that we will not have, assuming we don't get it.
So in 26, 27, the SAFER grant will be completely gone. So this includes fire being funded now, where there were grant-funded stations before. Now the county is assuming responsibility to fund those stations using general revenues. Yeah.
Okay, so and then with that, the shortfall would be 1.8 million
Yes.
and change. Okay, so it's significantly less than we were out last year, even with the SAFER grant.
Correct.
Okay, do we have any fund balance?
Right now?
Yeah.
Well, it's all budgeted in contingencies. Yeah.
Right.
3.9 million.
So 3.9 million. Okay, what portion of that came from the fire fund?
776,000.
Okay, so about 780,000 came from fire. Okay, so if we were to shore up this 1.8 million, do you expect that would probably come from contingencies?
No, I would expect that it would come from additional cuts,
Okay,
because the board has been clear that you all don't want to use fund balance or contingencies to fund operations. This 1.8 is like an operational,
okay.
like the operations of the county department.
So so that 1.8 million that was in fire fund was pulled out, put into just general contingencies. If we left it in the fire fund, could that then be applied to this shortfall, so that on your slide where you have fire listed out, it would reduce our obligation by, close to $800,000, $780,000?
Yeah,
Is that what would normally happen in this case, if we hadn't pulled out that money?
That is what we've done in the past. But, I mean, yeah, it's up to your board's
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So if that was applied here, what would be the shortfall? It'd be
So essentially, that 5.6 number would be reduced by 776,000.
So it'd be
for
about
next year,
900 and something
which
thousand.
would then also reduce this 1.8 number by 700.
Okay, so if we hadn't made that change, that number at the bottom would be 900,000 and not 1.8 million, or about $1 million and not 1.8.
Not necessarily. If you hadn't made that change, the general fund of the $1.2 million contribution would have been about $4 million instead, or just under $4 million, an increase of $780,000. Because actually what's happening here is your board is using the fire's fund balance to balance operations this fiscal year, that $776,000.
Okay.
So you reduced the transfer in from the general fund by that fund balance amount. That's sort of the accounting way to describe it, when really, I mean, what your board wanted to do was all fund balance went back to the general fund.
Okay. So you work on off of, some assumptions about the policies that the board follows. What's the number one policy that we have in terms of the spending and how we allocate funds? Do we prioritize anything like public safety?
Well, yeah, I mean, your board has been pretty vocal that fire and public safety, and I think specifically law enforcement, is kind of what I've been hearing from the dais, which is why we projected fire and sheriff the way that we did, for those to not be anticipating shortfalls next year. But yeah, I mean, fire and public safety have been, or public safety including fire and sheriff's office, or I don't know how to describe that really, but
okay.
Those have been the priorities, and so
you're,
that's how
you're
when we're looking
developing
at creating
budgets
the budget.
under the idea that we would maintain funding for fire, law enforcement.
Yeah, I mean, that's what your
all
board
that
has
area
said
under
you've
public.
wanted. Yeah, yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You got ahead here. So you mentioned on A87s, and thank you again. This is, I think, a succinct and good presentation that lays it out. And I hope a lot of folks in the public read through this, because I think it counters a lot of things people say on Facebook and on media and some of the letters to editor. A lot of what we are putting it to tends to be priorities, and it's a pretty lean budget without a lot of expense growth given the circumstance. So what we've been able to do over the last few years, I think, has been a fairly prudent budgeting and making sure that state and federal funds are supporting. We're not subsidizing those programs. In fact, they're actually paying their own way to help keep our facilities, our IT, our legal counsel, things staffed up. I wanted to ask about A87's, the calculation of it. I've heard that too, that it is a bit of a black box. It's a little unclear whether it's objectively done. Do we have a formula? And keeping it to what the service is, just say, for example, facilities. They are, on a square footage basis, doing some type of similar maintenance for one office versus another office. Is that the same between Public Works, Community Development, and say the Sheriff's office? And how is that calculated out? So can you share a little bit about how is an 8087 like currently calculated? That rate. Are they all the same? Is there a formula that you could at another time share? And do all departments pay into it if they're supported at all by the general fund?
So, yeah, so all departments pay into it, but if you're a general fund department, you don't receive a charge for it. It's the non-general fund departments that do. As far as the formula, no, it is not a simple formula. There's a lot of components that go into it. It is an objective formula in the sense that it is math. It's not like a subjective, hey, let's do this, or it's objective, but yeah, like I said, there's a lot of components that go into it.
You mentioned there's a formula. Have we shared that with department heads? Is that something that we can?
No, we haven't, but yes, absolutely. That's something that, yeah.
And I know you're aware of
the
this.
auditor's office to share. I mean, it's
not a single formula.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. Yes. Thank you.
It's 70-some pages of different spreadsheets that have different formulas based on what they're calculating and how it's being calculated. So there's a multitude of formulas that are taken into consideration. number of hours that you have for your department, the number of hours that are not allocated to or direct billed, square footage, depreciation. There's a whole bunch of stuff that goes into the calculations. And I don't know it all. I know the auditor controller puts it together, and then we have a consultant that does the calculations and gives us the numbers.
Great.
One of the tricky things, just to add on to that, is some of the data is only as good as the data collection we're doing. And so that's one thing that Roger and I have talked about, is making sure that we're really being good about like tracking the time that our internal departments are spending on serving any department, regardless if it's general fund or non-general fund, because that can sway the numbers one way or another. If say one of our internal departments isn't tracking accurately how much time they're spending for another department, makes it hard. You know, again, the formulas, they are what they are, but the data going in may not be as accurate, or, you know, so
Yeah.
we've talked about.
Well, I appreciate that, because that has been one of the, people ask, how are you able to invest in some of these other areas? One of the things has been where we have these state and federal programs, we are not paying for our costs for free. We charge them back at 100% for a lot of these rates. But having some clarity in it, where there might be so many components of the calculation that it becomes very obscure or impossible to measure, I would love to see, this is just me personally, if there was a way in the future to simplify some of it. I understand that it's going to have to calculate IT different than facilities, different than like a depreciation for capital. But it would be really helpful if we had a booklet that was understandable, that we could give a department head, and they knew that if the same square footage facilities, emptying trash cans and vacuuming rate was used between, because I agree with the roads measure too, many of them increased, that seemed to be disproportionately increasing compared to some of the other areas. I want to ask too, and this is, one of the biggest things that we have invested money in the last few years has been law enforcement and the sheriff's office and achieving some of the goals and vacancies and a narcotics task force and that too. As mentioned in here, that is one of the largest cost sectors. A good component of that is general fund contribution. This is something before, though, where we talk about some of these state and federal programs, that 10 million of it is coming from pass-throughs that aren't general fund. I wanted to ask, and thank you, Sheriff, too, opportunity to comment. Is that something that currently A87s are charged? And this is brought up a while back to our former counsel about legal advice. A lot of compelling legal issues coming in that your office is dealing with and asking for it. We charge for that legal advice to most non-general fund departments. The calculation of law enforcement being not a general fund or being a general fund department, it wasn't, even though some of these may be able to pay some of these other fees. So either way, if you might be able to explain a little more about how A87 works within the sheriff's fund.
If you have an answer
Well,
for that.
I'll just say on the A87 piece in particular, because you're right, we do have some opportunity in HHSA, Health and Human Services. We have probably more of an opportunity to charge for or be reimbursed for not only the cost of the salaries and benefits, but also A87, some of those other indirect charges. Roads probably not as much. And I would guess, Sheriff, there might be some opportunity to charge for that, but I think largely not. Now, I will say in this budget, there is no A87 charges to the Sheriff Fund, and we've talked about how to account for the fact that Sheriff is out of the general fund now, and so accounting for some of those direct charges for those internal general fund services, while also, the reality is you saw the numbers. $1.8 million going to roads, their budget's not as big as this, and so that is a huge impact potentially if the sheriff has to absorb a $1.8 million A87 charge next year. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Great. Dave Vasquez, Sheriff. So to answer your question just about CCP and other pass-through funds, we have approximately $11 million-ish that come through, combination of courts, CCP, and other special department revenue. Because you mentioned narcotics, I just want to make sure that we're always as clear as possible, is that narcotics is funded out of CCP. So that operation is, and that was built on a platform that was discussed last year, and I believe the year prior, June of 2024, that I would be building my budget heavily dependent on special department revenue to create that general fund relief that county administration was seeking at that time. We have done that and remained successful in doing that, and we are seeing the return on the investments. That and also court campus security, which is funded out of a combination of CCP and also the courts. That accounted for 2 positions that I believe when in a 2024-ish timeframe, this board approved that to essentially address the issues associated with homelessness. All of those are essentially permanent positions with the exception of those 2 court campus security positions. Those were added based on that special department revenue. If tomorrow that court revenue and CCP money went away, those positions would also go away because they are in fact the only positions that we've added by increasing the services that we had. And I will just remind the board that that special department revenue that could have been supplemental was actually used to replace and create that general fund relief. So that is why you see the numbers as you do, which could also be a reason why, and I believe if we're talking about A87, just from my opinion, I think that Liz explained it quite well and brought this to the committee meeting the other day, and everybody got to share their concerns, which billing A87 as a reimbursement for services actually rendered would be more appropriate than projecting or creating an estimate of what is the scope of overall possibility that you could use that service and billing it. And I'm not saying that that's what was taking place, but I can tell you that with the conversations that I've had and watching the numbers, I mean, I've watched A87 fluctuate millions of dollars in a budget cycle, depending on what kind of problem we had. And that's just the honest John truth, that we've seen it fluctuate up and down. So it doesn't surprise me that we're talking about going to a reimbursement based on actual services used, and in which that comes to mind. I would compare and contrast that to the fees that are already budgeted in for those types of services. And as you're probably currently aware, there was a recent change in legislation that also broadens the horizons for contracted services based on whatever services that may look like. So if there was something that came to me through A87 that seemed to be unreasonable or outside the best practices of whatever industry, I would definitely be coming back to the board to say, here's an area where we could save money to alleviate what that looked like, the issues with A87, if that makes sense.
Absolutely. Well, and I appreciate that. I think particularly it was with the county counsel's office. That is an area where we know we've been understaffed. There's a huge countywide cost to it. Again, very legally complicated what you do, that is something that if we're having these special departmental revenues, we're able to charge back some of that. But we calculate it as, well, it's a general fund department. And true, it is largely a general fund department, but are we then missing opportunities because I don't have enough clarity on who pays to empty the garbage cans, real delivered work on setting up of IT systems, how much billable hours, whatever it would be for an A87, but in terms of legal counsel work. So I appreciate the kind of highlight on it. I personally would be interested in hearing a conversation there of what makes sense within that, and I know your office has done a lot to absorb some of these other costs too. Sometimes there is, quote unquote, money on the table type things where there's grant that can go to these other services, but if we don't think, well, we could also do equipment, we could also do these indirect costs, then we might not as accurately budget it or use it as we could. So I don't have enough info to make a decision on it, but I know I'm interested in it because it's such a substantial portion, specifically the departmental revenue, where we're asking so much from our road fund. And a lot of that A87, I think, is and has been allocated to support compensation adjustments and public safety. Again, it's really ultimately the resources we have to whatever the priority is, which also includes fire, public safety, and I would throw in roads too. So,
absolutely.
Thank you.
Your concern resonates with me on the people's dollar as well. And that concept is not something that's new to us. If we were to sustain a large legal bill or something that would come out of that, ultimately that the conversation is up and coming and on the table. I would imagine, being our own fund now, that's coming up in the near future to figure out what that formula looks like.
That's great. Thank you. Thank you for your willingness always with these conversations too.
Of course. We're open to explore all ideas.
Right.
Thank you.
Wanted to ask you on the public safety bond debt. I know we're not going into the debts and liabilities, but the interest rate changed so drastically on that. Is that reflected in the payments that we're making? It didn't seem like it had changed too much.
It's not reflected because the rate actually didn't end up fluctuating that much. It went down a little bit, and so it wasn't a significant increase. I think it ended up being maybe 50,000 or 60,000, something like that. Not significant.
Okay. And with PERS, I know it had pensions benefits in that. I'm worried about the increased minimum payments too. I just didn't remember seeing that on the slides here.
PERS fixed payment?
For the unfunded liability.
So we took all that PERS stuff out in anticipation for the in-depth presentation that we're going to to do in February.
Okay. How do I take that in with the shortfall on the 3-year projection?
It's included.
Okay, so that
Yeah.
the unfunded liability is included
That's
with that.
right. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, that's definitely been a concern. I want to ask, too, the A87 on the ambulance fund, given our situation with the ambulance contract, have we accounted for that may not be an A87 we receive anymore if, you know, or it may go up depending on who we contract that with? How do we calculate some of these ones where it's kind of very much in flux?
Well, so that's why we only budgeted for a 4% growth in our general revenues, and Supervisor Holland pointed out, and it's true, our growth has been more than 4% in our general revenues historically, but it's A87 in particular. I mean, we didn't even really factor in ambulance in particular, leaving and potentially not paying A87. It's not only, but it's $288,000. When you're looking at $7.6 million, it's not a significant amount. But in general, we will see A87 not grow. We will see it reduce over the next couple of years, which is why we factored that 4% growth for general revenues, not say maybe 6, which is more in line with historic information.
Okay. Brought this up in some of the others. I know it's extremely difficult to calculate, or if there's something we can graph that onto, but we're making projections here. This kind of like a fixed line of what we think, but estimates out there of, say, economic risk when it comes to TOT or sales tax. You know, what does Moody's think about the over-under on a recession or not? If there's a way that, I think as Supervisor Kirk had mentioned, in trying to have these spreadsheets and a graph that automatically, you know, creates that, to be able to also have some factor that estimates, you know, this is a medium scenario, but here is what a really negative scenario looks like based on, there's a report coming out that, you know, tourism's dropped or sales tax. One thing I really worry about is we saw how negatively affected we were in 2008 to 10 from the Great Recession, and how much that affected us revenue-wise until like 2015. And I'm worried that those do happen at somewhat periodic levels. There's estimates that we are past when the average normally is for these recessions or economic resets, and it's a weird economy. So I'm very worried about how even the medium might be kind of a rosy estimate to where we might be, not to mention some of the staff pay issues. This is kind of factoring in not a lot of increases. And this is especially at the lower level. I think we're hitting a point where we really need to find other revenue solutions. So I'll say it's very helpful. I know we've thrown around these ideas a bit. I don't know if Finance Committee is looking at it, but the first responder fees or looking at medical fee reimbursement as two areas that are very large portions of the general fund that we're not charging for. That's very much a service people want to work and function. We do it for ambulances. We don't do it when a fire comes and delivers medical service. The Mellorues for some of the public safety costs, and then roads. This is maintaining what we are currently doing for the maintenance of effort in the road fund, correct? It is not any road goals in there that I'm aware of saying we're going to pave 5 miles a year, or we're going to improve the PCI 1% per year. This is only maintaining the maintenance of effort for the current SB1 funds and the highway user funds. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so some of this too is, and maybe this is going into the priority session, as we look at goals, this is maintaining the status quo goals for the next 3 years. If we set a goal for roads that we would like the PCI pavement condition to go up 1% per year on average, that would be something good to know. What does that reach dotted line look like on our expenses? So we know that this is what we have to keep the budget in the black. But if we want to achieve what we set, this is how much more we're going to have to get to. Because that expense chart, even if this is balanced, would unbalance this in some way. Okay. That's all the ones that I had written down. I appreciate all the comments and questions as well of my colleagues. And I think this was just a presentation only. Is that correct?
Yeah. But if your board has anything you'd like to see come back, or, I mean, you heard Chief Cashy reference if you want any cuts to fire, or, you know, we have timelines associated with our contract. So just want to put that out there that, you know, if your board wants to have anything brought back for consideration, and we need that information so that we can work now.
Thank you. And I'll open up a public comment on this item. Again, we are on item 20, presentation of county's fiscal trends and 3-year budget outlook. If any members of the public would like to speak, please come forward. You'll have 3 minutes to be able to address the board. All right, going once, going twice. All right, we'll close public comment on that, and if there's no further board comment, you said looking for any potential direction specifically on fire, I think was the
Or
request.
just anything you want brought back. So this was just a presentation
Hey, Jared.
only, with no action, but if you want anything
Yeah.
brought back, then yeah.
There is specifically, yeah, Supervisor Holland.
Chief Cash did mention about putting like an ad hoc committee together when he talked to me yesterday. So maybe that's something we should do sooner than later as timeframes are marching by.
Yeah, I think that would be appropriate. Supervisor Campbell mentioned in the budget or language here, we do not have direction really listed within it. I think you can kind of take all the comments we've had here. And I know that fire was highlighted. Certainly, I would find that to be appropriate is that we can pull together a group to discuss some of the options that would be within that. And I'd be happy to be a part of that.
You still have direction, I mean, discretion, right, to if you wanted to form an ad hoc committee now, I think you can still do that under this agenda item.
Program. With that, I know I'd be interested in that. I think we have the authority to appoint an ad hoc of a couple members to be able to then figure out a discussion schedule about, you mentioned some of the other financial meetings that we're going to be having on PERS and financial plan and that. Will there be another board member interested in sitting down for some fire discussions?
I'd be interested.
All right. How about Supervisor Holland and Supervisor Campbell? We're willing to be in the ad hoc there? See what I just did? I got them to do it. It's great.
Do we need to make an ad hoc, or can they just have
Yeah,
a meeting?
we're just making an ad hoc, but same. Okay, so saith the chair, ad hoc created. Thank you for the presentation. And
Chair, could you please clarify what's the
Yes.
scope and purpose of the ad hoc?
The scope and purpose would be to discuss, I think, the fire slide here, whether there'd be any changes recommended to the contract between, I guess, before January would be where we would need notice to begin discussions to potentially amend anything in July. Am I speaking correctly to Chief Cassidy's outlay of that?
When I spoke to Chief Cassidy, my position was that if we form an ad hoc committee, two things should be explored. One, funding current or coming up with a way to fund the fire contract, and then the other side should be looking at options of going private.
Yeah, I think, and the main thing presented here is any contract amendment which would include potential cancellation amendment or alternatively making up the financial gap. So I think that'd be the scope and hopefully having that meeting before January.
Time out. The scope's going to be either getting revenues or going private, but that we can also make additional cuts. Like, it's not one or the other. It's a bigger, broader conversation.
Specific to fire.
I would prefer if we kept it general to.
Yeah, keep it general and
if
bring
we
some
keep it about funding fire, that is our primary directive. I mean, in public safety, that can mean a lot of things. But if we're talking about specifics, then we're giving direction. And so we can talk about funding what we need. We need a fire department. We need to fund it. That can be the nature of the ad hoc. That would be my.
I'm fine with that scope.
Okay.
And I think if you both choose to refine that a little further, that will be up to the committee. That
fair enough?
Okay, wonderful. Thank you for the presentation. Okay, we just have one more item on our public business, which is item 21. Then I believe we still have a few closed session items that we'll be reconvening in, though none of those, correct me if I'm wrong, council, have any report outs.
That's correct. We have no further items on closed that would require reporting out, so the board could adjourn following closed session if it so chooses.
Okay, fantastic. All right, so with that, we'll move into item 21, if Chloe don't mind reading that for us.
Item number 21, consideration of designating the 2026 Board of Directors delegate and the alternate for Rural County Representatives of California, RCRC, Golden State Finance Authority, GSFA, Golden State Connect Authority, GSCA, and Environmental Services Joint Powers Authority, ESJPA.
All right, I'm assuming everybody's pretty familiar with these. For the public's benefit, RCRC is one of our representative organizations for rural counties, and several of these are affiliates of RCRC that often meet on the same day. And that before our committee appointments at the beginning of the next year, we have to appoint some of these things earlier. So that's why we're kind of doing it right now. And who do we have? Are you, I believe, our...
No, but I was going to
That's right.
nominate El Jefe here, Mr. Holland, to RCRC.
Okay.
Oh.
And who's the current alternate? Mike? Right. Okay. Right now we discussed that. I'd be willing to continue as a alternate. I'm also happy if somebody else wants to take it. So,
I'll nominate Supervisor Brandon as alternate.
okay. All right. Well, we have myself continuing and Supervisor Holland in the delegate and alternate roles. Are there any other motions or recommendations from the board? Any changes to that? Okay, hearing none, I will look for a motion on that.
So moved.
All right.
Second.
First by Supervisor Campbell, second by Supervisor Griefer. Oh, but we have to do public comment on it first. All right. Putting a pause on that, we'll open up public comment on this item. If any members of the public would like to speak to
Well, Bob, do you want to say anything?
item 21,
No.
please come forward. You have 3 minutes. Going once, going twice. Okay, with that, we'll close public comment. We have a first by Supervisor Campbell, a second by Supervisor Griefer, for Supervisor Holland remain delegate, and for myself to remain alternate. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Abstaining? All right, passes unanimously. So with that, it is 4:05.
What about the other ones? What about the other ones?
What are the ones?
The GSFA and...
Oh, I'm sorry. Do we need to clarify? That was, I believe, for all of the aforementioned affiliates and RCRC.
Oh, okay.
Is that how is? Okay.
Yep.
Great. So with that, we will reconvene in closed session in the law library. We do not expect to report out. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in to this board meeting, and happy holidays.